Шановні колеги, вітаю всіх. Я запрошую на цю сцену голову Національного агентства з питань запобігання корупції. Ми починаємо нашу четверту конференцію «Викривачі корупції в Україні. Успіхи та виклики». Це вже четвертий рік. Незважаючи на війну, незважаючи на пандемію, ми розуміємо, що тема викривачів є актуальною, важливою, і фактично викривачі є головним елементом запобігання корупції. І, власне, держава повинна шанувати, поважати і створювати механізми реального, так, а не формального їх захисту. Відповідно, кожного року ми збираємося, щоб поговорити про це. Отже, слово для привітання я надаю голові. Пане Віктору, прошу.
So I pass the floor for the words of greeting to Viktor, who's the head. Thank you for everybody, all the partners who help us organize this event. I'm so happy to be here on this fourth annual forum, where we talk about a super important topic, whistleblowers, raising the issues, discussing the achievements, and discussing the challenges in our further work. I want to say that the whole institution of whistleblowers has gone from just understanding that it's snitches to a new understanding that these are brave, strong people that are protecting our country. Corruption is the second after the war problem that our society faces. 33% of people believe so, and realistically, a percentage of people that face corruption risks is much smaller, is about 19%, but 73% is the indicator of the willingness of the society to change, the willingness to live without corruption. And this big percentage are those people who are ready to change and who also should participate actively in the development of this institution, because I've been saying this numbers. You know, there are two sides in bribery. There's the giving side and there's the taking side. Those who are giving, they're 80%. They're taking, they're 20%. And I'm convinced that whistleblowers have to communicate information about all the cases from one side and from the other side. And we have to capitalize on this institution of more pro-European society, because our movement is towards EU only and joining the organizations like OECD. I want to stress that we face a very important duty, which is developing the institution of whistleblowers in a wider sense, not just prevention of corruption according to EU directive, which encompasses a lot of spheres like violations of EU law, and we at the anti-corruption agency, we are convinced that together with all the stakeholders and participants who are here, we have to do everything so that the whistleblower institution have the best development, to be an example for development of other areas of society. I want to thank our partners again for participating, for organizing this event, and I haven't mentioned one more important element or aspect of our activity is the portal of whistleblowers. We are actively arranging the work now and streamlining this work. On the previous forum, it was a question for discussion. It's been implemented now. Now we have above 3,000 organizations have joined this portal, and we expect 92,000 organizations to join and more all over Ukraine, across the board. And this is the platform where people can directly inform about the corruption, and it's a platform that allows you to show statistics and the results of reviewing those complaints and so it's a platform for strong, courageous people to help change the country. And I hope that this forum is going to be another important platform for discussions where we discuss successes and challenges and the future prospects of Whistleblower Institute development.
Пане Віктору, дуже дякую. Ви прям так
Victor, thank you so much.
мотивуєте на плідну дискусію,
It
обговорення.
was very motivating
І
for
дивіться,
fruitful
цей захід
discussion.
дійсно став можливий
So this event
завдяки
has
тому,
become
що
possible
для
thanks
нас
to
це один із пріоритетів, так? Ви кажете, що дуже серйозно
this
ставиться.
whistleblower being a priority
Також завдяки нашим донорам,
for
Міжнародному
anti-corruption
фонду відродження.
agency, and
досвід
also thank
і,
to our
зокрема, Міжнародний
donor,
фонд відродження
Renaissance
для них
Foundation,
питання
Open
відкритого
Society
суспільства,
Institute.
являючи
For them,
сторони
the question of open
цього
society
процесу, це важливо
and
захист викривачів
part of
є
this process
також
is
важливим
protecting
пріоритетом. Але я хотіла
whistleblowers
би
is also
надати
very
слово,
important priority. So I
на
would
жаль,
like to pass
онлайн
the floor
через
now
певні причини.
online.
Пане Олексію, пане
Speaker
Олексію, ви з нами?
Oleksiy. Oleksiy, are you with us? Yes, good morning. Hope you can hear me.
Так, пане Олексію, ви дуже, ми вас,
Yeah,
ми вас
we can
чуємо,
hear
так.
you.
Супер, супер. Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Right, thank
Я
you.
дійсно
Good
дуже шкодую,
morning,
що
dear
не можу
colleagues.
бути з вами
So
сьогодні
sorry for not
офлайн
being
через
able to
певні
be with you
особисті обставини. Але
on the
я
event
хоча б з вами
due to some
дистанційно і
personal
з вами
reasons, but at least
сьогодні
remotely we will
максимум
be able to
часу.
communicate
Адже для
and make
Міжнародного
the
фонду
best use of this.
відродження, як вже
For the International
зазначила
Renaissance Foundation,
Оксана,
as
як
Oksana
донора, це вже
mentioned, as
теж
a
четверта
donor, this is
конференція,
also a fourth conference
присвячена
already
викривачам корупції,
dedicated
яку ми
to
підтримуємо.
whistleblowers.
І як ви бачите, ми
We support,
продовжуємо
and as you can
залишатися
see,
всі
we
ці
continue
роки
to stay all these years
послідовними
gradually
необхідності посилення роботи за ці
around the
напрямком,
necessity
що ми
to work on
регулярно
this,
підтверджуємо,
to
власне,
which we
підтримуючи
regularly
подібні
prove
заходи,
by
які
organizing
ініціює АКРЕК.
different initiatives that
Як свідчить практика
foundation
попередніх
initiates. As the
років, безумовно,
previous
Україна
years
поступово
show,
просувається в
Ukraine
питаннях
step by step moving
нормативного забезпечення
towards
цього важливого
creating the
антикорупційного
necessary
інструменту,
legal
а
framework for
також
this
щодо його
important
практичного
tool and
впровадження. Це
practical
надзвичайно
implementation.
важливо,
It's a very
особливо
important thing,
зараз,
especially now,
оскільки питання
because
запобігання та
the
боротьби з
prevention
корупцією,
and
як вже
battling corruption,
зазначив пан Віктор,
as Victor
незмінно
mentioned,
є серед топ-пріоритетів,
is
топ-запитів
among the top
як з
priorities
боку
and
українського
requests
суспільства,
from
так і серед наших міжнародних партнерів,
Ukrainian
які
society and our
активно
international
підтримують
partners
Україну в
who
нашій
actively
відчайдушній боротьбі з
support
агресором,
our
партнерів, які
country
допомагають нам
in our
відновлювати
fight with
зруйновані
aggressor,
міста та села,
partners who help us
партнерів,
restore
які
the ruined
допомагають
cities and villages,
забезпечувати
partners who
економічну стійкість
help us
нашої
provide
держави.
economical stability
Тому
of our country.
впровадження всіх
Therefore,
інструментів,
implementation
які
of
тільки
all the
можуть
tools,
бути, я маю на увазі
all
антикорупційних
the tools
інструментів,
for
підтримка
anti-corruption, in
ефективного
particular,
функціонування
supporting
інституту
the effective
викривачів,
whistleblower
однозначно
institution,
має бути серед
it
пріоритетів
absolutely has to be among the priorities of our
Чому ми
state policy.
підтримуємо подібні заходи,
That's why we support the events like we're having today. In our view, such conferences is a great opportunity to stop and look and take stock of where we are, to draw some preliminary lessons over the year that passed since the previous conference, to outline problems, to talk them through openly, to outline subsequent steps that would facilitate better, quicker, and higher quality movement forward. For all of us, it's not just a process, we need results. And this is where I would like to dwell on one very important aspect that we believe, and I want to stress it separately. As from our experience of running different reforms in Ukraine, we've had different reforms in our country. Reforms are designed at high quality only when there is effective partnership between different communities and stakeholders who are involved in this process. I mean, the authorities, the civil society, the businesses, and other stakeholders, depending on the reform in question. In case of a whistleblower institution, in protecting whistleblowers in particular, I'm confident that the final success will depend largely on what will be the quality of this cooperation. Therefore, the conference, in our point of view, is one of such platforms where all the stakeholders can match their clocks, so to say, report, exchange opinions, and hopefully find necessary steps for successful movement forward. And I wanted to state that for International Renaissance Foundation, who has been working in Ukraine for more than 34 years in design, developing civil society, implementing democratic values, supporting reforms. The question of prevention and battling corruption
її запобігання були весь час
has
одним із
always been
найважливіших.
one of the biggest
Сьогодні для нас
priorities.
одним із ключових
Today, for
компонентів
us,
нашої
one of the
роботи
most
є
important components in our
зокрема
work
підвищення
is in
довіри
particular
у суспільстві
increasing
до
the trust
державної
from
служби,
society
до служб
toward public
органів
service,
місцевого самоврядування.
toward local
В цьому
self-governance.
аспекті
And
впровадження
in this aspect,
високопосадових
implementation
може
of
теж
whistleblower
грати свою позитивну роль.
can play and
Тому я
should
дуже
play its positive
сподіваюся
role.
на
So I
дружню
hope very
співпрацю
much
у майбутньому
for
якраз на
possible
тих самих
extended
засадах
cooperation in the future,
світотворення, про які я вже
the
говорив
same
раніше.
foundations
Я
of
бажаю всім успішної та
creating
безпечної
this together.
конференції,
I wish you all
якісних
successful and
обговорень,
safe conference, high
талантливих і
quality
технічних
discussions,
колег.
and effective
Дякую вам за
solutions.
увагу.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Пане Олексію, дуже дякую. І
Thank you, Oleksiy.
декілька слів скажу
And just a few words
Національної
on behalf
академії
of
і,
the National Kyiv-Mogila Academy and Interdisciplinary Scientific Center of Battling Corruption.
коротко ACREC.
In Ukraine, it's called Anti-Corruption Search Indication Center.
Наш центр одним із фокусів
Our center, one of the main focal points of their activity is defending and protecting whistleblowers, not just because it is an important thing in terms of prevention of corruption, but it's also a question of motivation of people who work in the different agencies, different structures, in particular in bureaucratic structures, so to say. Their choice, if there is a choice, what to choose from, to follow the rule of law or the orders who may violate the rule of law, so that they can choose the rule of law still. And when people will make that difficult choice of choosing the rule of law, when they feel protected enough. But what makes us different in civil society that I represent from the people, and many of you are those people, you know, representatives of public service. What makes us different? You have less support in society, because society is criticizing you all the time. And when you are alone with a certain challenge to disclose or not to disclose information, you face the question, okay, I have a family that I have to support, I have to protect. I have my career. I've invested a lot in my career. And there's this small infringement. Is it worth to risk everything, to bet everything for the sake of this whistleblowing? Maybe nothing wrong will happen. Maybe it's just a small infringement. But the problem, when these infringements accrue more and more, and the state, from democratic, gets into a hijacked state, like Russia is. That's where it leads to, when there are no people ready to disclose corruption and who are ready to fight corruption, and they are supported. So they often ask, what is best to choose, fighting corruption or constitutionalism? You cannot build constitutionalism without battling corruption, and you cannot build prevention from corruption without protecting whistleblowers, because protecting whistleblowers is about specific concrete people. It's about each one of us, and together. Because what makes us different? Civil society from the people who are public servants. You have a much harder job because you work in that system. So I believe this is a highly important topic, and that's why our organization, our management supported this topic, and we want to help anti-corruption agency to develop this. So because that's what the constitutionalism depends on, not just anti-corruption reforms. So I'm very thankful for the National Anti-Corruption Agency believing this is one of their main priorities, working towards that. And we're going to be starting our first panel discussion, but before, just a couple of housekeeping rules. We all understand that, we have electricity blackouts sometimes. If the electricity is down for a second, don't be scared. We have generators, but there will be maybe a 30-second lag between the power in-house and the generated power. Secondly, there will be an English-speaking panel discussion. We have invited real stars here in the sphere of whistleblowing. Those who are writing directives, those who have been designing standards in different international organizations, and they, of course, will be speaking in English. So I understand most of you know English more or less, but it's a highly professional discussion, so it's probably worth using the service of professional interpreters. The devices are available on that table over there, and you can use them, and it's going to be on the second panel discussion. So basically, the housekeeping rules are covered. Then we'll have a lunch break. We will have two interesting roundtables. So you're all very much invited. It's going to be a very interesting roundtable to discuss the prospects of improvement of this balance between national security and openness as communication channels for whistleblowers. So you're all cordially invited. Please get engaged in discussions. And by the way, you will be able not only to ask questions, but we'll have an online survey before each panel discussion and afterwards, so that we can gauge your opinion. What do you think about things that we're discussing? So, dear colleagues, thank you so much. We can begin, and I would like to invite to the floor participants to the first panel discussion. Dear colleagues, on June 23rd, we've celebrated International Day of Whistleblowers for the fourth time. We hold a conference in Ukraine where, through open dialogue, we discuss not only achievements in protecting whistleblowers, but challenges, which we have everywhere. We jointly find ways to deal with these challenges and providing real, not formal protection for whistleblowers. A special focus for this conference is human-centric approach. All the issues that will be discussed will be viewed through the prism of whistleblowers. How the legal guarantees work or fail to work, how the communication mechanism work, how the protection mechanism work, and what do we do so that this complex mechanism of protection for specific whistleblowers is really effective. The histories of courageous people, Oleksiy, Pavlushchyk, and many other whistleblowers, prove that the way of those people is sufficiently difficult in restoring their rights that have been violated. So our objective is to change the situation for better. I congratulate you with this fourth conference and wish you a fruitful discussion. We're planning to develop the joint roadmap for future improvement of whistleblower protection. This document will be the product of our joint efforts from the businesses, the civil society, and the state institutions. Thank you so much. The dear speakers, panel, Yaroslav, Alexander, Anastasia. So, dear colleagues, greetings here. The first panel is to show what we've achieved in this bridge between us passing more specific guarantees for designing a better protection for whistleblowers. What are achievements? What are the trends? So we built this panel discussion so that we can outline these topics, since National Corruption Prevention Agency is the main agency in Ukraine that protects the whistleblowers, that designs the public policy in the sphere. Anastasia, Yaroslav, we will discuss the achievements and the indicators that you put forward. So Alexander from Transparency International Civil Society in Ukraine, we have to be openly saying about what has not been yet done, what are the challenges. And we have, well, Yaroslav was always busy, but he found time to join us. What are the prospects of legal framework? The anti-corruption agency is doing a lot, but there are still a lot of limitations in the law. So what are the vectors? What are the future prospects? So I wanted to talk about successes at the moment and achievements. And we have to start with achievements, because that's easier than to discuss the challenges. So Anastasia, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, and I support our that this is going to be a fruitful discussion, so we expect questions from you and proposals also. It is an honor to talk about achievements, because it's easier to talk about successes rather than talking about what should be done to make it better. If we talk about the Whistleblower Institute from 2020, the colleagues that were present in previous conference in 2021, 22, 23, they understand what kind of leapfrog we've done. Because talking about prospects before, that it was critical, now it's been implemented, a lot of it. And anti-corruption agency is an institutional agency. There are people who have been engaged in working, the public organizations, donors, the whistleblower portal, and as we were saying, this will bring forth new challenges, but it's still made a difference, but also created some challenges, because in 2020, the whistleblower institution was discussed only by people who were around the founding of this institute, who were investing their ideas, sometimes their soul. But at the moment, the whistleblower institution is well known by most people, most citizens. And it's a credit for, the credit goes for this portal, because the civil society, just regular citizens, organizations started learning what it is. And that brought forward new challenges, because you have to work with public institutions. And if we provide to people to make the mechanism to implement their rights, we have to provide the mechanism protecting their rights. We have a lot of progress with civil society organizations, and it's nice to note that more and more civil society organizations are involved in protecting whistleblowers, more and more awareness raising. When in 2021, 22, there were just one-off events, and there was just a limited number of people engaged. Now, these events are organized in big public institutions like the General Prosecution Office, the State Investigation Office, National Police. Those are all people who have to do with informing people. If people want to learn, for us, it's a great success because the proper markers in this area will provide us the opportunity for more people to believe in this institution that the systems do change.
So the culture can change. So, in order to develop this culture, you play an important role if you're a whistleblower. Now, another achievement is that, we're all following stories in the news, in the media. We're all seeing all these different whistleblowing cases, and, we all root for those whistleblowers. And the national agency is doing pretty well protecting those whistleblowers. So anytime we see a court case being brought forward, or yet another person, another crime detected using whistleblowers, it warms all of our hearts. Now, one of the key milestones in this process was the establishment of the single portal. Rules of the game have changed. You can't just go business as usual anymore. You have to start learning how to work with messaging, how to start, working within your organization to root out corruption. And, corruption, there's no such thing as small corruption, right? And the more people realize this, the better and more efficient the organizations themselves become. So the national agency has developed a number of products for whistleblowers. And, unfortunately, the mediation system didn't quite pan out as intended, and, we had to take it to the court. We had to sue the government, and, we are supporting whistleblowers in this process.
Заяв, які може використати викривач для себе, це заслуга юридичного управління Національного агентства для того, щоб гайд для викривачів.
All of these templates that we've developed a whistleblowing a manual or a guide that pretty much describes what whistleblowers will face. Now, a manual for anti-corruption commissioners, etc., right? So, anytime a government agency creates new rules or something like that, it has to also teach people and explain how these rules can work, and also making sure that these rules actually work as intended, which they do, as far as whistleblowing is concerned. And we're seeing agencies becoming more and more willing to protect and defend their own whistleblowers. And people seem to be getting a better understanding of what it means to be a whistleblower and what whistleblowing means. And I mean, we've got a lot of law enforcement officers here in this room, and I mean, it's no secret for you, but just regular people, just regular, staff of any organization, they can start sort of affecting things by becoming whistleblowers or helping whistleblowers. Right, Anastasia, thank you very much indeed. So I think it's a good segue to our next question. So what's the outlook? Like, what's the objectives going forward. So, Yaroslav, this is a question for you, sir. I mean, everybody knows that you're in charge of the sort of line of effort at the national agency, Yaroslav, as a deputy director. And just for those who don't know, Yaroslav, for Yaroslav, this is one of his priorities at the agency, really. Right. Hello, everybody. So let me just start by saying that, yes, it is myself. I'm working with whistleblowing, but then there's also Anastasia's unit, the whistleblower development division, as we call it. So these are all the people, there's a whole number of staff that are doing day-to-day tasks, and and then their jobs are hard. It takes a lot to be able to do it right. And I mean, you can talk to Anastasia during the break if you want, but what's important really is that we're trying to change the system. So it's not about just checking the boxes or just doing things mechanistically. We're trying to change the culture. Now, as far as our policy and anti-corruption policy is concerned, according to the law, we not just implement the same policy, but we also have a say in formulating and developing that policy. And I totally agree with what the director said. If you look at various engagements, international engagement, the EU, the OECD, etc., most of those programs include a requirement to have a developed whistleblowing system in place. And to achieve that, amongst other things, we developed a number of solutions that you can check online as well. There's a very good breakdown of what the program is like, etc. But anyway, to focus on the important stuff, what we managed to do is we managed to involve the general public in this conversation. So anybody has a way to provide their feedback on the lawmaking, on the digital portal, and on everything else that is related. So yes, you can send that feedback, and you can, and then if you're a national agency officer, you can use that feedback to track the progress of the strategy. So so it's not just about looking for feedback from other government ministries or agencies. This is about general public, the business, the private sector as well. Now, the whistleblower institution or institute has always been on top of our priorities, obviously. We have, in fact, made a motion in the parliament to extend the existing anti-corruption program, at least its implementation term, that is, because for objective reasons that the program was adopted later than expected. Now, speaking of problems, right? So lack of appreciation for the work of whistleblowers and lack of awareness. That's a problem that's been stated. So let's just talk about what we're doing with all of this at the agency. So we've adopted a communication strategy to extend to 2025, and that includes a number of activities to provide stimulus to Whistleblower Institute. And we've been working together with the other agencies, and then within our agency as well, to try and make our messaging more consistent. So at the national agency, we are in charge of the overall coordination of communication and messaging when it comes to corruption, etc. And whistleblowing in particular. Now, then in December 2023, the national agency led a delegation to attend an anti-corruption conference. And, we presented a manual for the supervisors, which includes information about sort of how to build communication channels within the organization, to help whistleblowers perform effectively. So yeah, so we translated that manual for organization supervisors into English, so you can check it out. So we presented this at the conference of participating states, and we plan on improving and updating this manual. And it's a comprehensive document, and it is a product of immense amount of work that we've been able to put forth at the agency alongside other government authorities who played their parts as well. Now, what's also important is to recognize this problem, and I'm talking about respect and appreciation for whistleblowers coming from the highest levels of organization, any organization really, because everything starts from the top. Now, if the organization's head, somebody on top of the chain of command has no respect or appreciation for whistleblowers and what they do, and then it will obviously make it very difficult for any whistleblowing activity to take place within the organization. And I'm not just talking about government organizations, I'm talking about private sector as well. I think it's in the best interest of any CEO to find out about any sort of missteps or mishandling within the organization that they run and manage. So now, we've also put together a number of online training programs, a number of courses. We have this unit that is called the Integrity Office, and yeah, it's them who develop these training courses on whistleblowers and whistleblowing. I mean, you can check it out online as well. So we're always working to sort of try and respond to all those questions we're receiving from agencies and organizations all over Ukraine. I mean, Anastasia will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she has attended hundreds of workshops and seminars over these over that period of time recently. addressing all these different questions and just trying to communicate with people. And so yeah, so this is all about learning as well, and we do provide learning opportunities. Now, what the problem 163, whistleblowers are not adequately protected due to capacity gaps and gaps in the legislation. Well,
наразі останні 1,5 роки ми займаємося тим, що аналізуємо досвід різних країн, зокрема цього року.
so we've been analyzing other countries' experiences, really.
Захід з
We had
представниками Сполучених Штатів
an event
та Єврокомісії, які розповідали
involving the US fronts and the European Commission, and it was all about best practices in whistleblowing. And you know, and I mean, this is important because, look, there are international standards out there, and you know, before we start implementing something here in Ukraine, before we start drafting laws, we have to first try and understand what these different models are like and what benefits they have, what pros and cons they have compared to one another. And there's no one-size-fits-all approach. Yeah, I mean, so you know, so looking at all these different countries' experience, including the extent to which they integrate the EU directive, right? And then we're just looking at how they managed to implement it. You know, what system did they manage to build up? You know, how did they protect their whistleblowers? You know, who's responsible for what? And and obviously, you know, there are 20 different sectors, including in the EU at least, you know, that are covered. So, you know, at the national agency, we can't possibly be experts in everything, including healthcare and other systems. So we have to, you know, the organizations agency have to have these systems in place. And you know, we've been so yeah, so we've been analyzing this experience, and it's been a very fruitful exercise so far. And I think this conference here is a part of this process, you know, to try and understand how to make sure that all of these elements and aspects of the process work effectively. So once again, you know, we've got to have some sort of a common denominator here in Ukraine. So yeah, let me just finish here real quick. Yeah, apologies. No, that's okay. So just to say a few words on the audits, the inspections we're doing. So, you know, and again, I mean, we are still debating whether or to what extent this audit or the audits we're doing should be looking into whistleblower protection arrangements, right? And you know, the idea for us whenever we're doing an audit like that is not just to punish people for not having a system in place, but rather to try and understand what the root causes are and how we can help them fix it. Now, one more thing to say. I mean, we really, as a country, we need some good results. We need some quick wins here, but and that's natural. But when it comes to whistleblowers, well, it's a long game, so you can't rush it, right? You have to take it slowly and make sure that you've got everything right? So we will be developing a new strategy pretty soon. So we'll need to do some sort of a pilot project first to make sure that everybody's on board, that everybody's on the same page and understands what is going on. And then we can scale it up. So we don't want to rush it.
інституту і до певних етапів взагалі в цілому до культури в країні. Дякую за увагу.
Because we have to address the culture first as well. Thank you. Thank you,
Бачимо,
Yaroslav.
що багато було зроблено за ці 4 роки завдяки НАЗК
Yes,
і співпраці
obviously,
з іншими стейкхолдерами.
a lot has been
Ми
achieved
це побачили,
over
ми
these
будемо
past
конкретно
4
це
years,
обговорювати ще далі сьогодні.
and
Хотіли почути ради
that
вашого
is
питання.
definitely
Але перед тим, як
something
надамо, власне, представнику
that
громадянського
warrants
суспільства Transparency International України,
a discussion.
пан Олександр Калітенко вже
Um,
більше 10 років
Now I'd like to hand it
займається,
over to Oleksandr
вивчає
Kalitenko,
і імплементує свої
representing
знання в практичну
non-governmental
сферу,
sector, somebody who has been exploring and studying in this issue of whistleblowing in general for dozens of years now. So, and we have a slight surprise for you. I actually mentioned that we want to engage the audience more. So that's what we're going to do right now. So please follow that link, and where you will find a question or questions to be answered. So it's just some sort of a, it's like a quiz. So yeah.
Які головні виклики стоять на шляху ефективного захисту викривачів в Україні?
One of the main challenges in
інституцій, які працюють з
or
викривачами.
when it comes to effective protection of whistleblowers, bad legislation, bad enforcement, bad legal culture, or institutional capacity. So when we say capacity, we don't mean it in a sort of bad way that people don't know what they're doing. What we're talking about is that there's not enough of it. Not enough people, not enough of anything, of everything too. To help. So, okay, so these are the results, Alexander. I'm sure you will find it interesting and enlightening. Yeah, let's just give it a few more minutes. People are still voting.
Я 30 секунд чекаю.
Results are still coming in, so let's take another 30 seconds.
Не знаю, чи знаю. Отже, маємо результати. Бачите, результати змінювались. Давайте, можливо, ще буквально 30
Results are still coming in, so let's just take another 30 seconds.
онлайн в Zoom.
And by the way, those of you who are joining us online,
власне, це запитання.
you can also vote.
Ситуація. Так, ви бачите, трошки продовжує змінюватися.
Yeah, the results keep pouring in.
Онлайн,
A lot of people are voting online right now.
Цікаво, да, як змінюється?
It's fascinating, isn't it?
Отже, підводжу підсумки.
Right.
Що ми маємо з вами?
So in summary, what have we got?
Перемогла недосконалість правової культури, тобто це означає, що
imperfect legal culture came in first, meaning that the strategic priority that the national agency chose, it actually makes sense. And then capacity, right? 21% of votes. Poor legislation, 19%. Yeah, this is coming from people working in the area, subject matter experts, whistleblowers, or would-be whistleblowers, potentially. Anyway, Alexander, over to you. So it's somebody
who
правовий юрист на
represents
дослідження.
non-governmental sectors,
Яка
what
ваша
challenges
точка зору?
are you most
Прошу.
concerned about?
Дякую дуже за запрошення. Вітаю, колеги. Я
Thank
хотів
you for this
сказати,
invitation.
завершити останню сходинку
Um,
недосконалі законодавства, тому що,
Colleagues, thank you.
можливо, складається
Just a
враження
few
тоді, що
words
законодавство
about
це
the
якраз
results
що воно
of
змінює нас все
this vote.
прекрасно.
You know, the
І
fact that
це
the legislation came in last
4 роки стало
doesn't mean that our legislation is any good, because it's not. You know, now 4 years into the life of this law, we actually managed to shed some light on multiple shortcomings of this law that were just out of sight, couldn't be comprehended or perceived when this law was being drafted. So, you know, we have multiple issues within criminal process. We have issues with terms of definitions, terms and definitions from the anti-corruption law don't match or don't correspond with the terms in the criminal code. There are issues related to interpretation of articles.
Ви знаєте, що він там як заявник, фактично, але викривач може бути свідком.
You know, a whistleblower,
І відповідно, якщо до нього завдано теж
as defined by the criminal code, can only be plaintiff, really. But they could also be just purely logically, I mean, they can be witnesses and even victims of a crime. I mean, so obviously the legislation is quite out of date, and I mean doesn't cover anything about whistleblowers reporting administrative offenses related to corruption. So that isn't covered. Now, so all of these shortcomings came to the fore over these past 4 years. Now, what happens also is, you know, there are no appropriate communication channels. So there's no way whistleblower can reach all the way up. So, you know, the regular channels that we've got, they are not up to the task. And the legislation needs to be changed. Now, also, issues related to state secrets. Right, so we have the templates in accordance with the law of Ukraine on anti-corruption, but it sort of goes against provisions of the law on the state secret of Ukraine, because, you know, some of those, so it doesn't clearly define the process of how whistleblowers can report something that can potentially contain classified information without fear of, you know, becoming implicated in gross treason in accordance with what the law says. So yeah, so I mean, the legislation obviously needs to change, and whistleblowers need to be able to report information that might contain or be related to, you know, in classified information. So yeah, there are lots and lots of problems when it comes to the legislation, when it comes to the law, you know, and they can't possibly expect to describe them all within the 10 minutes I've got. So I highly recommend you, ladies and gentlemen, attend workshops and seminars that we're doing, where we tackle all these different issues in detail, in technical detail as well. So there's also there are many problems. I mean, the single portal, we're going to do a separate roundtable on it. It has a host of its own issues. So
there seems to be a bit of a confusion between how the messaging is expected to come through and what is actually happening in real life.
Візуалізації в тому, що портал це от в тому вигляді, яким він є, він для внутрішніх каналів повідомлення.
So maybe we should make the channel more visualized as a channel for communication. If we record the message to the police, the portal can be used. So it's about regular channels, and I don't see any conceptual barriers for the portal to become also a regular communication channel, not just internal. Just as well, there are some challenges to optimize the work of a portal. They've become more visible. It's been a year since the portal has been launched. And of course, we need to provide a function that will allow a person that communicates about the violation to select the message itself, and so that their so that their management doesn't have access to the same message. So we need to provide legal qualification of this. Not all whistleblowers are lawyers and have to provide this qualification of the facts that they communicate. And of course, it's about personal data, it's about IP addresses, about encryption. And so the whistleblowers have to be confident of that. Of course, you have to additionally strengthen the awareness campaign around the portal because it was launched in September. Not everybody noticed it back then. There are still people joining, but and the agencies that are those channels are joining, but there are some target groups, so potential whistleblowers who have to be informed about the opportunities in the portal, and of course, who will be working with those messages. Continuing the bylaw level and the explanations from 2023, now we see that some things have to be changed in it, like for instance, that this explanation the whistleblower status were pre-court investigation agency that introduces changes to register of criminal investigations. So the status of whistleblower doesn't have to be connected with this legal qualification. And the law, the progressive norm is acting since the moment where you gain a status of whistleblower. And it is important to get the status of legal status of a whistleblower. You need to have a proper legal qualification. Since there are some challenges in judiciary regarding whistleblowers, there are some problems of delineation of confidant and whistleblower in terms of remuneration. And also, anti-corruption agencies should communicate regularly on court cases, not only so we need to see on the website not only about the wins where whistleblowers were successfully protected. We also need to know about cases where we fail to protect the whistleblower, and then we still lack of this information. What led to this information? Is it the shortcomings in the legislation or application, maybe the anti-corruption agency? So there's not enough information as the audit anti-corruption agency regarding whistleblowers. A year ago, where we presented the report of the of the external independent assessment, where the legislators put it in the law, integrated, and anti-corruption agency had become the first agency that had gone through this audit. It would be interesting to see the information, how these recommendations of auditors are being implemented after a year from this public report being published, because we wouldn't like to create a precedent where,
в світлі аудиту НАБУ, який має бути
in the light of NABU audit, which completed by end of September, and now they announced the competition for the secretary, etc. We wouldn't like to create a precedent where the conclusions of international auditors are being ignored, and there is no response to those recommendations that the audit has outlined, and that the European Committee's report is showing, which also says that the recommendations should be implemented.
Є певні цікавинки, скажімо так, в підходах ЄСП.
And also, there's a peculiarity in terms of approaches of International Court of Human Rights. It's also the source of rights, and there's a future potential discussion about the due diligence and the good motives of a whistleblower that the Court of Human Rights mentions, and it's not covered by EU directives. Quite on the contrary, you say the motives have no meaning. We have to mention the UN Convention, which was passed more than 20 years ago, and it also talks about diligent or integrity. But the technical explanations for countries to implement this convention provide the characteristics. What is meant under good motives? That means that the whistleblower doesn't communicate untruthful information. It's not the motives that are taken into account, that they have some ulterior motives like revenge because of bad relations, etc. And it's an interesting thing in terms of our future court practice, that we, for us, the law still prescribes to take into consideration the motives. They still take motives into consideration. There are also problems with remuneration. There are problems with protecting public officials. Certain understanding who is a whistleblower, who is not a whistleblower. Regarding the journalist investigations, authorized whistleblowers or auditors. And finally, in education, there are two models of protecting whistleblowers. The US model, where the norms are spread around in different laws, and the Great Britain model, or Romania, or Australia, where they have a complex law on protection of whistleblowers. In 4 years after the latest changes been passed, you can see that it's worth for us to move more towards the second model, the British model, and have a comprehensive law on protecting whistleblowers that will include the wider definition, protecting not only corruption whistleblowers, but whistleblowers of socially important information, and that would be able to respond to these challenges other than just one-off improvements of the legal gaps that are exist. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. You know, I think your presentation reminds us that there is no difference between the results of the survey and what you're saying, because basically, yeah, the way we see it, that all the colleagues more or less believe that it's less the problem with the legislation. But when we started following these problems, we see that it's about application. The application problems can also emerge through problems in legislation, and the legal culture, it's the same thing. It's maybe it's because the way the legislation is written. And this is where, for me, the most interesting presentation from Yaroslav. Why I invited Yaroslav? Because Yaroslav has been dealing with anti-corruption policy and the law 1010 on protecting the corruption whistleblowers. Yaroslav is now head of the committee who focuses on freedom of speech, freedom of information. As we know, most of the countries started today's. We will have David Benesarch talking about, because whistleblowers is one of the paradigms of openness, the freedom of information. Our human rights activists believe that protection of whistleblowers should be part of the information law. And therefore, I think it's the expert note of Yaroslav will be interesting for us, because if we talk about the comprehensive law, that's why it should be a draft law of your committee. On the other hand, what Alexander mentioned and what colleagues mentioned, and Yaroslav and Anastasia, about the existing legislation and the prospects, and of course, we need to keep improving the whistleblower protection area in battling corruption. So, on the other hand, what Alexander mentioned will be part of a separate roundtable today, is that there are military are not protected. There will be interesting presentation of Masinayim. He will be telling us very interesting things. It's going to be the last panel discussion today. And we don't have the channels for communicating related to state secrets. We should put it into the draft law on state secret, but the new changes are happening. So, question to you: how do you feel that? There's more prospect there? Is it to improve anti-corruption or improving the comprehensive law? What are the prospects in public security? So, how do you feel? Because you're in the parliament, you have this unique expertise, you have this insight. So, well, basically, we do have now a great window of opportunity, because we activate our Euro integration efforts, and EU directive is helping us here, I think. But it's a directive, it's a framework, it's a basic thing, and we have implemented a lot of it already. But what we haven't implemented can be implemented quicker. But I would go back to a recommendation of colleagues from National Anti-Corruption Agency. We are at the stage where we can talk about not the theory just, not what's working in other countries, but we can capitalize on our own experience and to recommend not only theoretically, based on practical things, what we are lacking. Are we not lacking a wider definition of whistleblowers? We were talking about it when we passed the law, then we had a discussion on the committee. And what was the biggest, the strongest position of our opponents? Why are we talking about corruption whistleblower? Because we have NACP, we have the anti-corruption agency, we have the responsibility and responsibility. If we're talking about this cases in the military, I don't see how a person without additional protection will be disclosing negative things that are happening in the armed forces. Then the NACP, the anti-corruption agency, will not be able to deal with most, because in most cases it's going to be not just corruption, it's going to be abuse of power, but there will be many things. It's more about dignity, a dignified attitude to your subordinates as people, not just units that you send here and there. Can we now institutionally build something that the US has, where there are separate departments that work with whistleblowers in sensitive areas? If we analyze cases and Canadian mission and securities, then most of such successful cases are cases where internal competition plays an important role, where a person that exposes something in a different organization, they have no problem with getting employment in the competition. Or in Ukraine, when you are a whistleblower, you will have to change industry. So the agency is powerful agency, but it will not give employment to all the whistleblowers. So a number of things that I wanted to mention. I want to thank the organizers for this practical event, because what has happened over this 4 years? Finally, we have a change in the public attitude. We can criticize culture, but culture is always shaped by daily practices. Until people have in their mindset that whistleblowers are not snitches, they are doing something good. So before that happens, it's hard to even work with this terminology. And the MPs say that there are more people who want to be whistleblowers. It's a positive thing. Often there are some, sometimes they do it for material gains. I'm a whistleblower and I found corruption, give me some money. But it's indicators, nevertheless, that the perception is changing. It becomes normal to expose corruption. It's not something bad. It's not perceived as something bad, where whistleblower is equals a snitch. It's a big step forward. We, of course, have to work with it more and more, but still, it's a great respect to everybody who's been communicating this and developing this understanding, civil society organizations who popularize this. Unfortunately, we still don't have the films like in the US, like Whistleblowers or Insider. Will we have these films? Yeah, of course we will. There are candidates who most of their whistleblower history, like the candidate selection procedure is part of it. We receive, like there's this Filatov's case who keeps saying that he's a whistleblower of corruption. Well, I'd say it's a bit different, but still. So what can we do now into legislation? We have to improve what we have, of course, and the tactics of thousand cuts much better, because it's easier to articulate and it's easier to protect. So I hope on the roundtables we'll have practical recommendations to strengthen the protection, so that the more people feel the protection, the better they expose corruption, and we'll have no cases where people responsible for battling corruption in the structures only start speaking when they get fired. It happens still far and wide. When they get fired, then they start speaking, because before there's no feeling of systemic protection. We started implementing recommendations on moderation of employers, and we still see collisions. They have to be analyzed, they have to be improved, and we have to actively discuss expanding the where the whistleblower notion is used. You cannot stop this work, but it has to be done automatically in parallel, together with the proposal of how the system will work when it's outside the competency of anti-corruption agency. Because anti-corruption agency has a wide scope of competencies, and back when I was in the anti-corruption committee, I always had a big challenge when we tried to somehow improve in the agency. Then we had a discussion with all the colleagues. Oh, they need something else? Something else is missing. We are a super agency already. We're controlling declarations, businesses, everything. Maybe that's enough? Maybe let's remove some of the... yeah, we're not against that. Let's... the electoral committee can be not within the scope, and it's not maybe not such a sexy topic to remove it from us. About comprehensive law, of course it has to be prepared. Do we have the capacity in the parliament to pass this law? I have big doubts. Let me explain why. Our committee will not be part of it. We are not in opposition, so it will go into one of the profile committees. And most probably, if it's going to be systemic law with wide definition, it's going to be a not committee of anti-corruption. It's going to be legal policy committee or law enforcement activity, and it makes the perception more difficult because if anti-corruption committee, at least part of the colleagues understand what it is, what's the good of it. For other committees, it's terra incognita still. And this is where it's going to be difficult to talk about it, that is how it's going to work. But systemic draft law has to be designed and popularized because the window of opportunity can open pretty quickly. One good case with a serious sum reimbursed to the state and remuneration that the whistleblower will not be satisfied with, like in the case of Mr. Shevchenko. It can still draw publication to so much, but our authorities are still very sensitive to what the surveys say. So the whistleblowers work, and we have to urgently the draft law to pass tomorrow. Like urgently. There is no systemic planning. It's a unique situation with the state anti-corruption strategy and state anti-corruption program. Why? Because we have moved the public, the authorities to think not about what tomorrow or today, but to look forward. I'm not going to tell you how difficult it was, what kind of discussions on approval board we had. But you can never accept something that is not ready. If we won't have a comprehensive law on protecting whistleblowers, I agree with Alexander that that's the only mechanism will give us the systemic overview of the shortcomings. If they're spread far in between, we have a very short application time. And experience, and it's always measured by experience, because we can pass any great laws, but if they have blanket norms and will be not used because nobody knows how. It happens a lot with your integration laws. Right until somebody starts implementing and analyzing, it's much better to have a clear understanding and the focus, considering the capacity, considering that there's still war, and do we need to, it's going to be difficult to collect everything around from different laws. This is going to be better, but we need to have a well-thought and advocacy strategy. Is everybody interested in developing whistleblower institutions? Of course not, because somebody's interests are at risk. So we should expect some opposition, of course. What will this opposition be based on? Same thing like in previous cases. We have to build public trust, and you are designing the snitches. It's manipulation. So to resume, here and now, we have to introduce small changes, small incremental changes that are very much overdue. But there are small changes that we can already do, and the mechanism that can help our agency and to develop infrastructure. We cannot just, well, we cannot expand the definition, no problem. But who's going to be doing this? So that's why it's very important to have the wide definition of this institutional definition. And secondly, there should be comprehensive law. It should be popularized. It has to be sold to our international partners, so to say, however cynical it may sound. So it is one of the priorities. But what is the biggest breakthrough in the internet whistleblower? Is the perception of corruption which exists somewhere over there to perception that I can really fight corruption if I see it. It's the changing of perception that somebody in the state has to solve for me that problem. But now it's I can also participate in the solution. Since we opted for democracy, democracy is always participation, being able to get involved, then there's no alternative to that. The whistleblowers have appeared. And the latest remark about the survey, all these questions are interrelated. The experience is determined by the law. The law is determined by the culture. Culture determines the institutional readiness to get involved. So we don't have problems. The only one problem that we have is the crazy genocidal neighbor, but there are many challenges on all levels. But thanks to our partners and our anti-corruption agency, we understand which way we move. But the parliament is this, proud bird. You have to pack it for it to move. Thank you, Yaroslav. And we're moving well in time. We have 20 minutes for discussion. So the way we're going to do it, so that nobody feels discriminated, as well as colleagues who joined us online. So one question from the audience, second question to me, and Andrei Oleksiy will be helping me to moderate on Zoom. Let's start from the audience. We'll provide the floor to you. The microphone is available. In the canteen, we need a microphone. Please raise your hands. Who has the microphone? Hello, I'm Olga Piskunova, Center for Political Legal Reforms. I have several short interrelated questions. They're to Yaroslav Yurchyshin and Yaroslav Lyubchenko. Well, globally, the questions begin by how do we protect now two categories of whistleblowers. First category, as Alexander mentioned, are journalists, because right now they suffer the most from corrupt officials after the investigations. I have seen no case where a journalist would be protected as a whistleblower, and we cannot talk about protecting journalists, investigators. And the second category are the acting military, because all the guarantees and the rights of whistleblowers are broken through disciplinary statute of the armed forces. I understand we can talk about changes in law, changing the statutes, etc. But I have a question: what can be done right now? Thank you. A great question. Anastasia? So Anastasia will add, she works closer to whistleblowers. There are a lot of information that we receive from journalist investigators. When we check people's way of life, lifestyle. So for us, it's a challenge because, from what I know, journalists don't come to us, and we cannot when we identify them as subjects, but they don't come to us. So to protect them through administrative ways when their rights are violated. When the whistleblower comes to us, we know what rights have been violated, what the organization that requests protection. And we have to talk with journalists about potential rights infringements, what's the current situation, so that we understand how the agency can really help. Now, regarding the military, I agree with what you said. There are a number of legal initiatives that the leadership should be notified. So we have to think about the model.
ситуація в тому, що
Because, you know, there are situations where acting military
керівника в розумінні
not only have
служби, але
their higher up in command, but they're subordinated in their position, military position. So this aspect about their violations of rights is very important, and it has to be discussed. Like we will have Masinayam's intervention today was the current situation. So we're doing some one-off measures, but it can be resolved comprehensively only by changing the law, not only the statutes. Maybe Anastasia will add something.
На рахунок викривачів журналістів,
Regarding journalists, whistleblowers, we understand that journalist activity is always a risk. It's always, if it's professional, where you have great cases and they're realized, then something negative may happen to a journalist. But if we take the anti-corruption agency is not omnipotent. They only protect labor rights. So
оскільки до нас, на моїй практиці,
since in my experience, we haven't had cases like that, so we'll be happy to work with these kind of cases.
До того, що в правозастосуванні важлива практика. Практики в нас такої ще немає, тому, шановні журналісти,
so we don't have much in the way of practical experience, so dear members of the media, if you have information to share in any such cases, do let us know. Has to do with any sort of
стосовно викривачів військовослужбовців,
dealings with the journalists. Now, speaking of whistleblowers in the military, which is a major point of contention in the country, because the people who are sacrificing everything they have to protect us are themselves unprotected.
Нічого не відбувалося.
Because, look at nothing has changed over these past couple of years since the war started, because, the priorities were different back then, and only later did we realize that there's also enemy within, not just without. And, military whistleblowers, and people keep saying, whistleblowers risk their lives. Well, think about whistleblowers in the military. They risk their lives on a daily basis. Right. They really do. And these people in the military, they do not have very much in the way of rights. All they have is their duties. And they live within a different framework, really, legally speaking. So, and we have been discussing this for quite some time now, that the disciplinary field manual of the armed forces needs to be amended. People need to be granted ways to report information.
Це до моєї попередньої тези, що люди, які працюють,
And Yaroslav, I think, very correctly pointed this out, that people working with messages, right, do not forget about ethics.
Коли ви вимагаєте
Please do not.
працівників від
So anytime you're demanding your staff and your organization to follow the ethical codes, also keep looking out for any violations thereof.
Якщо брати конкретно строки по ДАПу, це має бути у вересні місяці. Як це буде відбуватися?
So the work is underway. We'll see what's going to happen.
Олександре, прошу.
Yaroslav, please.
Журналіста дуже часто
Well,
можливість взагалі бути викривачем.
Being a journalist does not necessarily mean that you can't be a whistleblower. And that's normal. That journalists can keep their sources protected, right? Whereas whistleblowers have to disclose those. sources.
перешкоджання їхній професійній
Now,
діяльності.
most of the issues that have to do with the journalists, it has
Вони
nothing to do with
викривають
corruption.
корупцію,
It's
але
just
тиснуть
about,
на них не
you know,
через
people
корупцію.
sort of
Вони
getting in
тиснуть
the
через те,
way
що вони
of them
роблять.
doing their job,
Тут є
right? So
зовсім інша
it's
сфера,
not,
тут нам
it's
справді
not
потрібно
about
посилювати
corruption per
і
se, so it's slightly
пріоритезувати
different.
розслідування щодо
Uh,
перешкоджання
so-
роботи журналістами. І це не відповідальність НАЗК в офісі
And
Генерального
obviously, you know,
прокурора
dealing
СВА
with such
створена спеціальна
cases
робоча група,
is
постійно
not
діюча по тиску на
the
журналістів і активістів,
NACP's
і воно дає свої результати, але
prerogative.
розслідування проводить
There
національна
is
поліція. З позитиву можна
a unit within the
власне
Prosecutor's General's
відзначити
office,
роботу
and there's an
Міністерства культури та
investigative unit
інформаційної
within the
політики
police
про створення
that
спільної
are taking
платформи,
care of that and should be
окремим
taking care of
компонентом
that.
якої є власне контроль над
So-
справами, які стосуються журналістів. Нам дуже важливо розводити ці поняття, бо
So, yes, we
коли,
need to be able
ми
to
не можемо
separate
сформувати
these
в
issues,
суспільстві сприйняття, що
to be able to
викривач це
distinguish
людина,
between the
яка
two.
просто говорить про корупцію.
Uh,
Журналісти
because,
трошки
you know, we need
інакше
to,
виконують,
we need
якщо
to,
вони говорять про корупцію
we need
на
to
прикладах
make sure that
тих,
our
хто
society
працюючи
understands
в
the difference
державному,
between
комунальному,
being a whistleblower
власне,
and
як
being a
такі, як
journalist.
в засобі масової інформації їх звільняють через те, що вони викрили корупцію, так, це викривач. І тут НАЗК має всі можливості.
And yeah, and then you also have to take it on a case by case basis. So if somebody, if a journalist gets fired because, you know, a journalist working for, say, a state-owned media outlet or even a private media outlet, if they get fired because they managed to uncover some forms of corruption within the agency, then yes, I mean, they should be considered whistleblowers, but that has to be done outside their status as a journalist, right? So these two are separate. And if you look at the history, I mean, in most cases, in most high-profile whistleblowing cases, journalists usually served as a middleman, as a intermediary, really, very rarely becoming whistleblowers themselves. Yeah, so, I mean, the way our laws are set up, I mean, I think we're actually doing pretty fine when it comes to protecting journalists' rights and their ability to perform their professional duties unobstructed, right? So I think we're doing much better than some of the other countries in the neighborhood. Now, speaking of the military, the armed forces of Ukraine, yeah, that's a major challenge. And I don't think anybody's going to really seriously consider more effective protection mechanisms for the military, given the toll this war is taking. But again, you know, with the changes in the MOD leadership in mind, I mean, this sort of opens up a window of opportunity. And you know, speaking about field manuals and changing field manuals, well, this is extremely difficult. I mean, some of the provisions of field manuals, and it's a funny case. I mean, back in 2017, we're trying to revise the sort of the parameters of the meals ready to eat. You know, the parameters originally devised in 1974. And you know, it's just the way that the MRE was described back then, you know, none of those things existed anymore in 2017. So, you know, we had to change that. I mean, it's funny, but there are a lot of provisions that date back years and dozens of years, really. But yeah, back to the first question. We've got to let the journalists know, explain that you know your role is different, right? You are the channel of that information. You're the outlet. So it's your job to sort of highlight and emphasize the case. You know, you're not whistleblowers. I mean, as investigative journalists, you are protected well enough already.
Геноцидального плану бачити і ці випадки, які теж дуже важливо відслідковувати, бо нас демократичної країни дуже важливо показувати, що справа не лише відкривається, це зараз робиться так. От, хоча буквально
the issue with the military and the issue of war crimes. we need to be paying special attention to those as well.
Коротко підтримую колег.
Олександр.
Про військовослужбовців вже сказав в своєму
Now,
виступі, про журналістів. Пару
speaking of the military, I mean, I already mentioned this. Now, what about journalists? You know, have a few things to say about when these two sort of when a person sort of puts on these two hats, journalist has and whistleblower hat, all at the same time. Just take Julian Assange case, and he was he was frowned upon by a lot of people for disclosing his sources and then compromising those people as a result. So
дати розуміння, що якщо ти там побачив якийсь тендер на Прозоро і зробив про це розслідування, ти не викривач, тому що ти зробив.
And the fact that as a journalist, you find some sort of tender on Prozoro platform or something, and you conduct your little investigation into that procurement tender, that doesn't make you a whistleblower.
Дуже хибний крок, якщо б ми вдалися до цього і сказали, ні, тепер журналісти-розслідувачі є викривачами.
And it would be a very bad idea to treat a investigative journalist as a whistleblower in a case like that.
Можна було би зробити вточкові зміни до законодавства, про які я не говорив, це те, що
Because as journalists you have separate guarantees. But then again, the directive says that these protections should be extended to include facilitators as well. So not just whistleblowers themselves, but facilitators as well. So in this sense, journalists could be considered facilitators. So so some changes, some sort of targeted changes in the law can be considered.
Колеги, я модератор, але
Right, colleagues. As a moderator, I would nevertheless like to add a few cents here. Now, speaking of journalists, a lot of times our investigative journalists like to call themselves whistleblowers, which is completely wrong. They're not whistleblowers. A whistleblower is someone who's working at an agency where they learn about corruption and report this corruption, right? And it's different from being an investigative journalist. So a couple of important points to make. The colleagues are completely right when they say that they usually face an obstruction due to the work they're doing.
Або переслідування, або намагаються заставити, щоб вони розкрили свої джерела.
So, people are being stalked and are being forced to disclose their sources. And the EU is deliberating a new directive, right, to have better protection in place for investigative journalists and other people of similar nature as well. So so we really need to be able to distinguish very clearly between whistleblowers and investigative journalists and everybody else, because lest we risk overloading NACP with too much work. Now also, the big issue is sources of information. And there have been some legal initiatives, especially the provisions, the law on intrusion into communication channels, that was pretty good. But so again, we don't want to compromise the sources. And we don't want to create a situation where investigative journalists won't be able to do their jobs because whistleblowers would be reluctant to disclose their sources for fear of repercussion. Right, anyway, speaking of military, we're going to have a round table quite soon. Svetlana Mosiyaka will be moderating. And yeah, we will be talking specifically about protecting members of the military who
І у нас
you know,
залишилося 2 хвилини. У нас
may have
є,
reported something.
ну,
We
є
actually have 2
запитання,
minutes
так,
left.
із Zoom, але от я не знаю, чи варто залишилося 2
We do
хвилини.
have some questions coming from Zoom, but I don't think it's worth it. I mean, we only have one minute left, and we really need to get our timing right. We need to stick it to the schedule. So we're going to unfortunately have to wrap this up. But I will make sure to pass this question on to NACP, and who knows, maybe you'll send us a response in writing that we will forward to the original person asking the question. Anyway, I think we've had a pretty good start here. Some good running so far, and the biggest lesson learned for me is making sure that we align our efforts and we all act in concert, all of us, the state, the business, the civil society. Right, thank you very much indeed. We'll see you in 15 minutes, and yeah, we'll have some amazing speakers here in 15 minutes, so be back, everybody.
Усі проблеми з інтернетом. Ну, ладно, зараз подивимось. Можливо, ти нас будеш підстраховувати, будемо змінювати.
Мені всіх кликати. Окей.
Якщо ви вирішили стати викривачем, вам важливо ретельно продумати план дій. Відтак вам стануть у нагоді декілька порад від фахівців. Обговоріть ваш план з близькими. Чи готові вони до викликів, з якими можете зіткнутися не лише ви, але й вони? Розробіть стратегію своїх дій. Продумайте вибір каналу повідомлення та спосіб захисту доказів. Повідомляйте лише достовірну інформацію. Не додавайте до повідомлення ваші припущення. У разі повідомлення через внутрішні або регулярні канали обов'язково зберігайте документ, який підтвердить факт, що ви дійсно зробили повідомлення. Створіть щоденник, щоб документувати ключові факти та події. Це допоможе вам у майбутньому чітко та послідовно передавати інформацію. Пам'ятайте про необхідність психологічної допомоги. Ви можете опинитися в стані постійного психологічного тиску. Зверніться за психологічною допомогою до друзів, рідних або спеціаліста. При передачі інформації використовуйте лише спеціальне програмне забезпечення, яке гарантуватиме вашу анонімність.
Guarantees your anonymity. Before you do a disclosure, make sure you provided protection for your evidence and they will not be destroyed after you make that message. Select the channel and the way of communication, anonymous or confidential. By selecting anonymous message, remember that in case of need, it will be more difficult for you to decide to disclose it in the media. Remember responsibility of disclosure of information that is a state secret.
Отже, шановні колеги, ми починаємо нашу другу панель.
So, dear colleagues, we start our second panel discussion. And just at once, from the get-go, again, if you want to popularize this video, advice for the whistleblowers, we'll be happy to give it to you, to share it on your resources, because it was made specifically to explain people what is the best way to provide help for them. And traditionally, we're going to start from questions. You've heard interesting speakers on the first panel discussion. Then we were discussing behind the scenes, and now we want to have a follow-up. Have your point of view been changed or swayed in some way by our discussion? That's why we want to suggest to you two questions, as well as to the questions who joined to us on Zoom. So one question is about our first panel discussion. We want to gauge your opinion. Has it changed? And then the question to think about, to ruminate, to chew on, so to say, it's what we're going to be talking about in the second panel discussion. So you see the QR code to follow on the link. What are the next steps that you think are necessary to strengthen the effective means of protecting whistleblowers in Ukraine? So let's take a minute to take your vote. So we see how your opinion changed. So our speakers managed to sway your opinion. Because back then, when we were inquiring what's the reason, only 19% believed the problems in the legislation. After discussion, after speakers, the opinion has been changed. And 47% now, almost half of the respondents believe that we need to improve the legal guarantees for whistleblowers. It should be a priority and should be a next step, which is interesting. Second place, the legislation to protect whistleblowers, not only those who inform about corruption. Legal culture still is priority, but not as high. And we see 23% say that we need to support culture of whistleblower support in terms of leadership and management. So as we see, two main priorities that have to become the priorities for civil society and for public authorities, for anti-corruption agency, for the parliament. It's developing the culture of management supporting whistleblowers and improving the legal guarantees for corruption whistleblowers, which is interesting. And it means that our discussions are important and they really do change the opinion and facilitate dialogue. So the second question that will bring us to our second panel discussion, which will be dedicated to international notifications. So please. I think you can bring the question to the screen. When we corroborate the legal status of whistleblower, Tom Divine.
Почекаємо, да, бо і колеги в Zoom також
So
голосують.
we'll wait for the Zoom colleagues also to pass the vote.
Ой. Отже, колеги, бачимо результати.
So, dear colleagues, we see the results. Do you believe that the motive should be accounted for, taken into account when proving the legal status of whistleblowers? 57% believe yes, just as the European Court of Human Rights, but that's in fact in the past, because the experience of why the directives waived that as the main thing that they try to prove that the whistleblowers don't need to be protected, or the main motive of people who want to deprive the whistleblowers of any protection. So these interesting facts lead us to the second panel discussion about best practices with the best experts. So I want to get our speakers to the second panel discussion. We have with us a very interesting second panel. There are online participants and offline participants, or on-premise participants.
Зараз вони вже з'являться. Пане Інокентію, будуть
So
спікери?
Inokenti, will we have our speakers?
Першого нема. А ви можете, в принципі, Zoom включити всіх спікерів, зараз приєднати?
Can we join all the Zoom speakers now?
Девід Банісар є?
David Banisar.
Так. Hi, David. Nice to meet you. I will switch language in Ukrainian because we like in Kyiv and like almost everyone like speak Ukrainian. So I really appreciate if you just change the language, you know, like when people ask the questions. And right now I will do like your introduction in Ukrainian and we start, okay?
So, dear colleagues, I am very happy to greet you on this panel discussion, and I'm happy to present to you David Banisar, who is international scientific officer of government accountability project, who's a researcher in London School of Economics, has been working more than 20 years in policy based on freedom of information, whistleblower protection. He's an author of numerous books, studies, and articles about freedom of information, freedom of expressing opinion, media policy, privacy, and data protection. He's a vice head of the Coalition of Civil Society, UNCSC, and co-head of the Group of Transparency for British Bonds. But most importantly, why we invited him today, David Banisar has created a unique world map. This is a world map of laws that protect the whistleblowers anywhere in the world. And he has unique expertise in terms of what laws are working better, which model works this way or that way. And I would like to pass the floor to David, because, you know, David, we would like you to present this map of the laws that protect whistleblowers in the world, in different countries of the world. And I personally, and our participants would like to know specifically, what do you think are the best laws? Is it thematic or comprehensive or something else? So we want to see your expert opinion, because you are obviously one of the best experts in this issue.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to this. Let me do a little, only got a couple of slides here, so I won't bore you too much, but at least one of them is, several of them are maps, so I hope you enjoy those. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the situation around the world and the evolution of whistleblowing laws and you know, what are the best? Perhaps that's a hard question to answer. But you know, let's start with a little baseline information here to start with, which is there's been a lot of discussion this morning I've heard around anti-corruption. But of course, you know, there are a lot of sources in international law for whistleblowing. Anti-corruption is a very important one. The UNCAC especially led to a lot of countries adopting anti-corruption laws, of which there are whistleblower protections in them, but also the Council of Europe's Greco Committee, the OECD's anti-corruption effort. So there's been a lot of work in promoting whistleblower protection in the anti-corruption field. But of course, there's also international human rights law, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Whistleblowing is considered part of Article 19, the European Convention on Human Rights, Article 10. I won't talk about Guja because some of the other speakers are speaking about that, but the courts in many cases has found for whistleblower protections, including one fairly recently by the Grand Chamber. But there's also good governance law, the Council of Europe recommendations you could cover is that, perhaps OECD guidelines on transnational corporations and other guidelines, the G20 high-level principles. So there's a lot of international law on that, or a lot of recommendations, I should say, on that, not so much law. There's environmental law, like the UNECE Aarhus Convention. And finally, there's labor law. And then there's other sources of law too. But so you have to look at, from an international standpoint, whistleblowing is much more holistic than just anti-corruption, but it covers a lot of different areas. Now I've done a lovely little map, which I'll show you here, but then I have to go back to explain it. And you can sort of see around the world, the dark countries are those with comprehensive laws, which I'll explain. The lighter brown color ones are semi-comprehensive laws. Those are ones that cover the one sector comprehensively, the government or not. And then the tan and the light tan are sectoral laws and limited laws. And then there's still a few countries that don't have anything at all, and a few countries with laws pending. But basically, I mean, there's a lot of countries in the world with whistleblower laws, but they really do vary. So the best practice laws, let's call them, the comprehensive laws in about 56 countries, and then some other non-UN member state countries. Kosovo is in there also as one of those, but also British overseas territories and crown dependencies. A number of them have comprehensive laws, and in other places too. So, you know, that's a good quarter of the world, a little bit more than a quarter of all the jurisdictions in the world have a comprehensive law. And I'll explain what that means in a minute. And then there's another 7 countries like the US and Canada and Malaysia that have a pretty comprehensive law, but it only covers one employment sector. So it only covers the government, or it covers the private sector. And what's important about those is a lot of countries started out that way, like Australia, for instance, with a single law that covered only the government, and then they extended it to the private sector also. And then there's about 85 countries with sectoral laws, which I'll explain a little bit more in a minute. But these are countries, a lot of them are corruption, but also crime reporting, some countries with environment, some with health issues, some with gender. So there's a lot of sort of laws with specific issues. And then there's, let's say, another dozen countries that have a sort of limited mechanism. A lot of countries that adopted freedom of information laws have a provision that said whistleblowers should be protected, but they don't really give a mechanism for protecting them. So not terribly useful, except as a norm to say, look, whistleblowers, we believe they should be protected. But then countries have often from those mechanisms then adopted one of the above more protective ones. And then there's still about 30 countries in the world that really just don't have much at all. They can have either nothing at all, a lot of countries have that, or they have such weak protections in their anti-corruption law that they don't really merit saying they have whistleblower protections. Just, for instance, identity protection. A lot of countries just have identity protection in their anti-corruption laws. That really doesn't protect the whistleblower in any useful sense. So I sort of put them in that lowest category. Then there's about another, as I said, 30 countries or let's say 11 countries that have bills that don't have anything at all. And then lots of other countries, around 30 at the moment, at least, that have laws that are being revised. Some, like a lot of EU member states went from having a limited protections to comprehensive protections. Now, you can sort of divide the comprehensive protections into sort of two categories. There's some countries like the UK that have you could say, a principle-based laws. And in these countries, they cover public interest disclosures. So it covers everything, all the subject areas, though usually not national security. That's always treated differently. And so that there's a protection for sort of any kind of disclosure that's public interest. Often they'll say other things too, besides public interest, like they'll specifically call out corruption or something. But it's a bit of a disadvantage sometimes because it's not always so clear-cut what we're talking about in the subject areas. So, the UK has had a law, the longest standing comprehensive law in the world now, for 25 years. But it's not great, and it's undergoing consultations on revision. There's a new government. We'll see what they decide to do. But it definitely could use some more work to sort of clarify what the protections are, improve the mechanisms, and so on. And then there's another category, which you could sort of call category-based laws. It's not so clear-cut because often the category-based laws include a public interest disclosure as one of their long lists, but they start with a list of crimes or activities that there should be disclosures on. So a lot of the EU member states went with what was in the EU directive and just have an annex in their laws or a section of their laws that say, here are the laws, here are the issues that will be covered by the whistleblower protection law. The EU had to do this because it has limited competence in a number of areas. So it can only do some things it can't necessarily cover all issues. But the member state, and some could go further than that. There's a lot of variance, but many do not. Now, the disadvantage about having a sort of category-based law is, well, the advantage is it's clear-cut. Okay, if it's an environmental violation, nuclear power, threat to transport, and so on, it's clear-cut. Whistleblowers should be protected. Disadvantage, of course, is that there are those areas that aren't covered by it. So there are any number of areas where the EU doesn't have competence, for instance, labor law, that are not necessarily protected in the member states. Poland, for instance, at the last minute in finally adopting their implementation of the law, removed labor protections from the whistleblower law, which doesn't make any sense, but they did it. Of course, that means that there are gaps, and when some sort of tragedy happens, suddenly there's a demand to, improve the whistleblower protections for that area. Now, they should have had that before. They didn't, so now there's a rush to legislate to fix it instead of creating something that was, preemptive in the first place. Now, as you can see, there's a pretty good coverage on the law. This is one I did, slightly different methodology, so it's not exactly the same data, but I did this in 2019. And you can see there's a lot less countries just in that intervening period between the 5 years. So there's a lot of European and some African countries that have laws, but otherwise not so much, right? So it's just in 5 years, there's been a real move towards adopting laws. I think it's about 30 countries in the last 5 years that have adopted comprehensive laws. And you can see some have moved, like Australia, from extensive to comprehensive. Unfortunately, the U.S. and Canada have not done anything like that. Iceland also did. So there's been a lot of progress. And then even more further back, this is something I did back in 2007 when I did a global survey of laws at the time. And there was virtually no countries with comprehensive laws at the time. There was South Africa, Ghana, New Zealand, the UK, and I have Romania down here, but really it only covered the public sector at the time. And Japan. So, there was, we're talking about what is, still a learning experience, I would say. So, we have to be sort of modest in what we can think we can learn about whistleblowing, because, with the exception of the U.S. With its Whistleblower Protection Act for the government sector, and the UK with the Public Interest Disclosure Act, we don't have a vast amount of experience worldwide in the way we have on, say, freedom of information or data protection, where there have been a lot of countries with a lot of laws over the years. And then if I can just zoom in here, you can see Europe is doing fairly well, with the exception of Switzerland, which keeps, and Liechtenstein now. They can't decide whether they want to adopt a law or not. But otherwise, the region is pretty well covered with comprehensive laws, even those outside of EU member states. So, Serbia has a comprehensive law. You can see down below, Tunisia has one. So there are a lot of countries in the region, Moldova, with comprehensive laws, who didn't adopt it because of the EU directive, but adopted it because domestically they felt that it was necessary to do so. Now, when I talk about public interest, I thought it would be useful to mention something that the UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression wrote a few years back. He wrote a report setting up sort of UN standards on whistleblowing in the context of free expression, and he talked about how there should be this public interest disclosures. So specified public interests like violations of national or international law, abuse of authority, waste, fraud, harm to the environment, public health, public safety, and so on, with some being presumptively in the public interest, such as corruption, criminal offenses, human rights violations, abuse of public office, and so on. So, the idea of doing it as a principle with a public interest test is somewhat, it gives you a wide range to make sure that things that could be a threat to health and safety are covered. So you have quite decent corruption protections. But for instance, in the process of rebuilding, you have some roads that are substandard, not because of corruption, because of something else. Shouldn't whistleblowers be protected to be able to warn authorities about dangerous roads or bridges, things that are not covered by corruption, but that could be very, important for public health? Same with environment. Let's say toxic waste is is misstored or begins to leak and threatens the local water supply. Shouldn't that be protected, that kind of disclosure? So on sectoral laws, such as Ukraine law, as I said, there's about 85 countries that have just sectoral laws, but often it's multiple laws. So the US is a good example of that. The federal government sector is reasonably well protected. But then there are literally hundreds of other laws, both at the federal and state level, relating to whistleblower protection. So, all over the place. Every time some sort of crisis happens in the US, the federal government passes another, very sectoral law covering some particular environmental issue or some particular health issue. Rather than having something comprehensive. Some of these sectoral laws are very good, like on anti-corruption, the Albanian and Armenian laws are really, quite good at what they do. And in fact, the Armenian law was recently amended to include a public interest reference, but it's not written very clearly, so I'm not sure how effective it's been at getting people who have a broader disclosure they need to be able to disclose beyond anti-corruption issues. Now, as I said, the biggest problem with the sectoral laws is that piecemeal protections. You have those gaps. You have the threats to public health, to public safety, that are not corruption related. They're, let's say it's an old bridge or a road that wasn't built entirely correctly or leaking toxic waste. Not corruption related, but you have these gaps. There's also a problem in countries that you have lots of piecemeal legislation, which legislation applies, which standards apply, and so on. When you have a single legislation, it's very helpful. You know what the standard is, and so on. Also, there's limited oversight when you have multiple piecemeal laws. So, a number of countries, because of the EU directive, have created these single agencies that do whistleblower protection. The US has had this for quite a while at the federal level, as has Canada and some others. I think there's still lots of learning to be done on how to make those kinds of agencies work the most effectively, what kind of mandate, what kind of powers, what kind of obligations they have. But where they do exist, such as in the Netherlands, the House of the Whistleblower, it does give a easy place for the public to be able to disclose, and then the body has the obligation to go forward with it and ensure whistleblowers are protected, ensure that the disclosure is acted on, and so on. That's an advantage of having a comprehensive law that a sectoral law doesn't necessarily have. And then there's, the public interest, big pictures that I mentioned, and the need to update laws. I mean, the US, I think almost every year there's another sectoral law that's adopted at the federal level quite often. And certainly at the state level, they happen more often than any person could possibly track. And as I said, most of the countries that have those comprehensive laws started with the sectoral laws involved. They started with the semi-comprehensive law in the US, Australia, private sector also. So I mean, to sum up, there's a lot of countries now with comprehensive laws. Not just as a leader, because they had issues, they realized the importance of making sure there were these gaps and so on. I think it's hard to say which one is the best. I think this is something that's some things and the others. As was mentioned in the previous panel, culture is super important on this. Culture is usually born much that does on the culture. In a way that, for instance, here, smoking was prominent everywhere. And then you don't get about the laws, it's looking at change culture. So there is an interaction between those two. And it's something that can be developed and worked on. And hopefully something that you out of it. And that's all I got. Thank you very much. Of course.
And now I would like to introduce our next speaker. His name is Tom Devine. He was an executive director for Government Accountability Project, which is a U.S.-based organization that was one of the first, to start sort of doing something about protecting whistleblowers, and they were instrumental in developing first whistleblower protection laws. So yeah, and he has managed to provide protection for over 7,000 whistleblowers over that time. So we are very much looking forward to hearing what Tom has to say about our current legislation and where it sits on the European spectrum. And what I'm interested the most, Tom, I mean, we just had this pretty interesting vote right before we started this panel discussion. And the question was whether good intentions of whistleblowers need to be taken into account when providing or, deciding against providing protection. And, it's interesting, right? Most people here in the audience believe that European Court of Human Rights practice needs to be taken into account. Effectively, their intentions have to be taken into account, which goes against the most standard practice these days. So, Tom, over to you.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor to be here with at least two of my colleagues, David and Soulette, who I'm big fans of. Your introduction kind of alluded to some of the opening questions that you'd asked me to cover. One is the definition of whistleblowers. And I think that goes a long way towards answering the questions about motives, but let's go into the overall definition. A whistleblower law should always be available for any lawful communication of protected information. It shouldn't matter if the government opens an investigation or not. That's certainly helpful, and that's the point of whistleblowing disclosures. But in terms of protection against reprisals, it's only necessary that you have a reasonable belief that the information is true and relevant. In fact, when the government doesn't investigate, that's why the European Union Whistleblower Directive allows you to go public, make your public freedom of expression, and go to the media or outside channels or NGOs, because the government's not investigating when they should be. Your anti-retaliation rights are dependent on the quality of your disclosure, not the government's response. With respect to the whistleblower's motives, does the whistleblower have to be pursuing a noble cause in order to be protected against retaliation? Should the law kick in if the motives are vengeful or for self-interest? Again, what matters is not the personal judgment we make of the whistleblower, but of the quality of the information they're disclosing. The European Union Whistleblower Directive improved on the case law of the European Court of Human Rights in two respects. First is that, like the First Amendment in the United States, the EU directive the First Amendment and the Whistleblower Protection Act are statutory language in the United States. The EU directive canceled the case-by-case balancing test and replaced it with stronger rights through having clear, tangible boundaries. So you don't have to guess and wait until after the trial whether or not your reasons for blowing the whistle were sufficient. The EU directive openly, repeatedly eliminates the relevance of the whistleblower's motives, which is the basis for the good faith test, which is often put their motives on trial. Think of whistleblower laws as the most significant witness protection rights that could exist. And many of the most significant witnesses in history have not been noble figures. Like in the United States, the witnesses who brought down the mafia, organized crime in our country, they weren't doing this out of the most noble of motives. They were trying to get shorter prison sentences. But we needed their testimony, and it was effective in ending and bringing down organized crime in our country. And that's the purpose of whistleblower laws, is to protect the public, not to make personal judgments. I've been asked to compare Ukraine's law with the EU whistleblower directive's requirements. And at Whistleblowing International Network, we came up with 20 best practice criteria for compliance with the directive. And I'll go through those briefly now and kind of give you the bottom line estimates, at least in my opinion. The first is that the national law is harmonized with the directive's provisions. Otherwise, you have two parallel systems that can be inconsistent, and there'll be chaos and confusion. People won't know which law applies. Clearly, that can't be complied with yet, and that's really the purpose of forums such as today's. The second criteria is protection for all lawful communication of protected information without loopholes, such as whether it has to be in writing or oral, whether or not particular contexts are applying. And here, Ukraine's law is good with one significant exception that could actually exclude the iceberg and just leave the tip of protected speech. It's what we call duty speech. When people are not communicating protected information as an accusation or an allegation, but as part of their responsibilities. This is auditors, investigators, law enforcement officers, inspectors, compliance officers. It's their job to blow the whistle. And it's more important that we have the free flow of information from people who are performing institutional checks and balances than people who are pointing the finger and making accusations. Ukraine's law is not clear that this context is covered, and it certainly should be, because your law is better than any other European nation in terms of public freedom of expression. With the exception of restricted information, you don't have to have special circumstances to bypass the government entirely and go public initially. Why can't you be protected when you do that on the job as part of your responsibilities? The third criteria is full subject matter. That reflects the directive's topics. Ukraine's law, of course, is just an anti-corruption law. It needs to be expanded to cover all of these other topics that are relevant for society, like environmental protection, public health and safety, consumer protection, financial misconduct. The fourth criterion is what I nicknamed spillover retaliation. A whistleblower can't do it alone. It takes a whole team to prepare a responsible disclosure that deserves to be taken seriously. And there's a lot of advanced homework that has to be done. You have to talk to other colleagues to make sure that your tunnel vision is actually right in the bigger picture. You have to get documents. You have to do your research. Unfortunately, Ukraine's law only protects the whistleblower and his or her family, not all the colleagues and facilitators who are necessary to give the big picture. And that's a critical element of the EU whistleblower directive. Protect the whole team, not just the final messenger. And also, Ukraine's law only protects people from the moment they make the whistleblowing disclosure. What about all the advanced work? so there can be responsible disclosure. The whole preparation phrase is at their own risk, which means that either whistleblowers will be retaliated against without rights, or they won't do their homework, and we won't have as responsible allegations. The fifth criteria is protection for all people with protected information, whether they're employees or non-employees. And here it is unclear whether Ukraine's law protects people covered by the directives, such as shareholders, the companies where whistleblowers work who can face retaliation, suppliers, vendors, applicants for jobs, which is important for blacklisting. The scope needs to be expanded for everyone who has relevant information. The sixth criteria is protection of identities. Confidentiality oftentimes is the key factor, whether a would-be whistleblower remains silent or takes the risk, because it minimizes the risk so dramatically if they can't be identified. And so that's the key factor for people. An effective confidentiality law protects not only identity, but all identifying information that can be traced back to the whistleblower. It only allows release of the information, whistleblowers identifying information with their advance consent. And the only exception to that can be when it's non-discretionary, when exposure is mandated, such as a court order to expose somebody who's made an accusation in a criminal trial, something such as those circumstances. Ukraine's law looks beautiful, covering all of these provisions, including if there is a necessity to expose a whistleblower, they get advance warning and an explanation. But there's one critical loophole. Says these rights to protect your identity don't apply unless otherwise provided by law, which means that other laws which give the discretion to expose identity could could supersede the protections in the whistleblower law itself, and people could be exposed because it's possible. That means they don't know whether they can count on identity protection, and that needs to be tightened up. The seventh criteria is protecting the full scope of harassment. Here, the law protects against standard retaliation, such as losing your job and similar types of reprisals, but it doesn't include all of the forms of reprisal listed in the directive, such as denial of training, which can make you obsolete, a low performance appraisal, which can say that you're officially incompetent, blacklisting. It doesn't cover blacklisting because there's no protection for applicants. With respect to liability, it protects you against liability for making a disclosure, but not for accessing the information necessary to prove your disclosure. And that's the other half of the EU directive's liability shield. The eighth criteria is protection against gag orders that would override the free speech rights. Ukraine's law covers this provision. The ninth is due process, that you have the right to go to court, and Ukraine's law provides this not only for the whistleblower, but for the NACP to litigate on behalf of a whistleblower. The 10th criteria is the merits test. Ukraine's law does not have the motives test or the good faith standard. It says that you have to have a genuine belief that your information is accurate, and that's consistent with the EU whistleblower directive. The 11th criteria is effective burdens of proof. This is all important. It's the rules of the game for how much evidence it takes to win or lose. If you don't have fair burdens of proof, the rules are rigged. Ukraine's law is good in principle, but needs to be tightened up. It says the burden of proof is on the employer to prove there was no disparate treatment. The EU whistleblower directive's requirements are a little more specific. That the reason the action taken against the whistleblower was completely independent, was not linked in any way with the whistleblower. This has to be a clean action that's not polluted by connection to the whistleblowing, and the burdens of proof need to be clarified for that detailed specificity. May call relief. There's extensive relief for reinstatement, back pay, psychological assistance, security against threats of violence or danger to the family. The one thing that's not clear to me in the law is whether or not there's compensatory or punitive damages that are available. And I just didn't think that the law was clear on explaining that. That's necessary in order to have complete relief, because so many things are the intangibles: the loss of your reputation, the pain and suffering, the emotional distress, the bills that you incurred to cope with the retaliation. The next criteria is a critical one that's missing from Ukraine's law, which is temporary relief, so that you can continue to be have a paycheck or be employed or support your family while your case is pending, which routinely goes for 2 to 4 years in almost every country in the world. If you don't have temporary relief, the whistleblower may not be able to be to survive until they win. By the time they win, their lives may be ruined. The next criteria is legal fees, so that you can afford your rights. Ukraine's law is excellent here with legal aid and attorney fees. The 15th criteria is accountability, so that there'll be some deterrent impact. Without accountability, bureaucratic bullies, those who retaliate, have nothing to lose. The worst that'll happen is they may not get away with it. They'll certainly be rewarded. Well, the point of law has to be preventing retaliation from occurring. While there is accountability, including for confidentiality breaches, it's uncertain whether the penalties are severe enough to have a deterrent impact. And they also don't independently cover people who are attempting or hindering whistleblowing, trying to prevent it from happening through bullying or harassment. It has to be a second step, some action taken on the attempt to hinder. And that means that all the harassment, which would keep people silent in the first place, is not subject to any accountability or discipline. The 16th criteria is a channel structure. The law does have channels, but they lack the structural quality control requirements for effective channels, such as training, independence, freedom from conflict of interest. The 17th criteria is whistleblower enfranchisement, and Ukraine's law has the whistleblowers in the loop, able to communicate, supply additional evidence, rebut denials. It's excellent in that respect. On the other hand, the 18th criteria is public education and outreach, so that people know they have the rights and are aware of how to use them and what procedures effectively. The law is silent on providing this public education. If people don't know about their rights, they won't be able to use them, or they won't be able to use them properly. The 19th criteria is transparency. NACP has an effective website with everything on the law's impact. And the 20th criteria is review. NACP does this annually. For me, the bottom line is Ukraine's law currently complies with about 11 out of 20 best practice criteria for the EU Whistleblower Directive. The 5 areas that are big loopholes are subject matter. It's not comprehensive. Protection for duty speech, when you're communicating protected information as part of your job. Temporary relief, protection for facilitators, and all the advanced work for responsible disclosure, education, and outreach. The law needs to be tightened in terms of burdens of proof and the structure of channels. In other words, Ukraine has an outstanding foundation, but there's more work to do before you'll be in compliance with the directive.
And I would like to invite our next speaker in this panel discussion. We've already heard what is happening in the world, what are the laws. We've talked about VEST standards and directives, where we encounter them, where we have to tighten up. But the directive in itself is a certain compromise. And I would like to invite here to the floor a executive director of Cyril Dreyfus. She's the head of Blueprint for Free Speech. Her career covers scientific activity, journalism, and advocacy. She's specializing on cybersecurity technologies and integrity systems that work. How correct the different mechanisms. She's looking at telling us what best practices exist. Why sue it? Because her organizations they designed the best standards. They have analyzed different countries, different best practices, and thanks to Blueprint for Free Speech, many of the guarantees that we have right now in 1010 draft law is thanks to her organization. They have helped to advocate, to draft laws, and the law is still not there for 38. So she's done a lot for Ukraine in the sense of promoting whistleblowers, and she'll give us some best practices. Sue, I'm going to be speaking Ukrainian because we have most of the audience Ukrainian speaking, so we have simultaneous interpreting. And I wanted to address to you the main question. Is it really that the directives, we are in Ukraine, we're looking at the directive. If we pass the law that will correspond to directive, that's it. And that means that whistleblowers are protected. Is it really so? Is the directive is the best embodiment of all the best standards, or rather we have ways to grow even in terms of directive? So your vision of that, what are the standards that are the best? Are they all in the directive? Thank you.
It's wrapped up. They've gone through enormous hoops to get security clearances and all the rest of it. And so for them to become a whistleblower in this situation is a very high wall for them to jump in their own minds, even before they start the process. And for them, that job may be their life. There is no competitor down the road they can go to who will offer them another job, a better salary. So it is, in a sense, a very gigantic step for them to decide to become a whistleblower in the first instance. And so it's particularly important that there are protections in place for them when they want to step forward. So disclosures involving classified information, national security, defense procurement, these are specifically excluded from the remit of the directive, and any whistleblower procedures in this area are entirely the responsibility of the EU member states themselves. And we see that even within the countries, the provision for national security whistleblowing is just lacking. In Australia, where there have been giant carve-outs in this space, we've seen the prosecution of Bernard Collaery, who was a lawyer representing a national security whistleblower. He wasn't even the whistleblower himself. Also David McBride, who was also a lawyer in the military. And he blew the whistle on the murder of civilians by Australian special forces in Afghanistan. But what was really important about David McBride's disclosures, and similar ones in other countries about special forces in Afghanistan, is that they've been the subject of several judge-led inquiries, official inquiries, that have recommended prosecution. So there's clearly some wrongdoing that needed to be exposed here. It's based in fact. Now, meanwhile, the whistleblower is being, the messenger is being shot. And so he's charged, even though part of his disclosures concern this military personnel who are even being wrongly prosecuted. So he not only blew the whistle about military personnel who were engaged in murdering unarmed civilians, he was also blowing the whistle about the fact that senior people in the military were trying to cover up this crime by actually prosecuting unfairly soldiers who had not done anything wrong. And that in itself is quite important, because we always think that whistleblowing in military national security is about when a soldier might have done something wrong, but it can equally be about when their supervisors seek to punish them in some way to cover up another crime, to create a fog around an activity. And then they are unfairly, they have their lives destroyed effectively. And that's what he had wanted to stop. Unfortunately, I was found guilty of offenses related to leaking military information to the media and sentenced to 5 years and 8 months in prison recently. There's an absolute exemption in the EU directive that was dictated by the EU's mandate. And in fact, the case law in the ECTHR does specify that national security whistleblowers should have access to some form of protected reporting channel, although this might be different from channels that are established in other types of disclosures. So a third point is that there's no provision for anonymous disclosure. And what that means is that, if there's evidence that where whistleblowers' systems are untested, or where whistleblowers are not confident about their personal or their professional safety, they will prefer to make their disclosures anonymously. There's research on that. And interestingly, that women may also prefer particularly to use anonymous channels. So where organizations have adopted whistleblower channels with technical anonymity, there may be some indications that they're likely to even receive more reports overall. So the directive protects anonymous disclosures, but only to the extent that an anonymous whistleblower is entitled to protections if their identity becomes known subsequently. Well, that's like the horse has bolted from the yard. It's a little late then. So the member states are really under no obligation to provide anonymous channels for whistleblowing, or even necessarily investigate reports received this way. And the technology to provide a channel for anonymous whistleblowing online is now over a decade old and used in a variety of public and private organizations. There are two well-established open source whistleblowing systems that provide the option of anonymous reporting in Global Leaks and SecureDrop, but there are also commercial services that are available as well. A fourth point is that there's ambiguity on whether whistleblowers are protected for actions they took to acquire corroborating evidence. And you can't really whistleblow without evidence. Most evidence is electronic. So this is where, in fact, you have a collision between modern day computer crime laws, sometimes that are suffering from overreach of powers because they may have been passed in Parliament at a time when it was a knee-jerk reaction to, data breaches or whatever, and whistleblower protection. But effectively, under the EU directive, whistleblowers are protected only to the extent that their actions are not a separate self-standing offense, and that means it leaves open the possibility of criminal charge relating to the acquisition of the information that they need in order to make their report. So this is particularly a problem, as I mentioned, when it happens over a computer network, because it clashes, it runs into computer crimes legislation. So it's not hard to find examples where whistleblowers have faced this kind of issue. Whistleblowers who brought cases to the employment tribunals under the UK's PETA Public Interest Disclosure Act have lost cases after finding that they're in this catch-22 situation of needing to prove their case, but of being accused of stealing documentation necessary to prove that case. And given the example of Oleksiy's whistleblower Antoine Deltour's his case formed one of the key drivers behind the forming of the EU directive, it's ironic that he found himself in precisely this dilemma of a situation in Luxembourg courts. So, those collision points are typically in trade secrets, data protection, computer crime laws. They can all be used to undermine protections for valid whistleblowing reports. And that was also one of the key issues in the LA, also Oleksiy case recently, that was decided in LA's favor in the ACREC. The fifth point is that the directive is not wholly consistent with case law established by the European Court of Human Rights. So unlike the directive, which is predicated upon the functioning of the European single market, the European Court of Human Rights has developed a body of case law that looks at whistleblowing as a dimension of a freedom of expression. So, really a lot of the work that we do at Blueprint is very interested in this convergence point between freedom of expression and anti-corruption. And they take the dimension of freedom of expression quite seriously. And that has contributed to a kind of discrepancy, particularly in the case when it comes to public disclosures of going to the media. So, for example, the case I mentioned, LA v. Luxembourg in 2023, protections in this area are very limited in the directive. And this is something that one could improve on. And apparently there's also an apparent incompatibility in the area of national security. So there's between the directive and the ECTHR, Bocure and Toma versus Romania in 2013 concerns of disclosure about illegal state surveillance. There have been a number of resolutions from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, which have also affirmed the need for channels to be provided for national security whistleblowers. So I think, I'll sum that up because the previous two excellent speakers have gone into a great deal of detail. But I would just say at a high level that while the EU directive is good, you can do better. Ukraine can do better. We all want the perfect law when it gets passed, but it usually takes a couple of versions to get there. And so there's an opportunity here to have, something that is assembled from great pieces from lots of places around the world into something that really is the model, the best practice. And I don't think that that's impossible at all for Ukraine. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Останні фрази особливо надихнули мене, принаймні.
Especially the last phrase, I was inspired by it, that indeed several versions of the law and down the line, and may have the law even better than directive. We have to keep working on it. I agree with that. And our next speaker, well, we were talking what are the laws in the world right now, why the directive is so important, why we're still have way away from there, why what's the limitation of directive, where can it be even better than directive. But most importantly is there's going to be a very interesting presentation for anti-corruption agency, for other public agents, because Oksana is represents Secretariat of Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. She works as a policy analyst at the Directorate of Public Governance, and she coordinates oversight of organizational systems of integrity and anti-corruption in Ukraine. Working at ACR, before she was doing scientific work in Germany, Netherlands, and Italy, researching anti-corruption technologies, social movements, anti-corruption, open governance. Oksana, why am I saying it's very interesting for our colleagues? Because Oksana, you will be talking about criteria that your organization uses to assess protection of whistleblowers in Ukraine. And I'm confident, to me and our colleagues, it's going to be interesting to hear what's your assessment of us, because we see ourselves as progressive country, but you maybe have a different opinion. So give us, thank you for the invitation. Well, I had to start from the beginning. If we talk online, then 1 minute means 2 minutes. So when there's not enough time, you have to go to a higher level of abstraction to be able to tell more. On the first panel, I've heard that Ukraine has an understanding, there's a lively discussion, where to move, what are the problems and gaps exist. We've heard a lot of detailed comparison with the international system, especially with EU. The role of OECD in this whole system is more of a general, how to keep it all together. So I wanted to reflect a little on the issue where we see in this system, or in which context do we see the role of whistleblowers in general. One important disclaimer to make, that OECD review of integrity and anti-corruption system in Ukraine does not assess the country as such. It only reviews the system of the dynamics and passes on the recommendation that are contextually stress which way where you're moving. So this general system where we see the public integrity as a criteria. The recommendation of public integrity of OECD was passed in 2017 by member countries as a legal tool, and it adds to anti-bribery convention. It also shows that we have, in the global scale, we have some dynamic. How do we understand anti-corruption? That we move away from just fighting corruption to question what is the opposite to corruption? So the opposite to corruption is a system of different factors that is founded on 3 pillars, so to say. One pillar is the availability of political will, of commitment, of availability of anti-corruption strategy, of coordination between different agencies of powers. Next is accountability. So punishing corruption is important as punishing any crime is important. The third pillar is culture. And in this case, the whistleblower's role is key role in understanding OECD integrity systems, specifically for culture building as an organizational culture. So that means that the goal, the objective of implementing whistleblower mechanisms is to create an open culture in the organization. So out of 13 principles that OECD passes, one of the principles, number 9, open culture in an organization, it includes one of the elements that is the role of whistleblowers. Another 5 elements, or out of 4 elements, they preclude that. So they're the first element, identifying the same values of organization. Second is engagement of employees to forming these values. Third is managers and leaders reacting to problems. There's feedback loop. Fourth is that there are safe conditions for raising critical voices. And only number 5 is when we go to the system that is needed to protect whistleblowers if they cannot say it openly. Why I'm saying this and why I'm stressing that? Because usually when we talk to Ukrainians in terms of whistleblowers, the talk begins from perception of whistleblowers as snitches. What's the difference between snitches and whistleblowers? We were thinking about this with the colleagues, we were discussing this. So one of the ideas is that in the Soviet Union, you gotta fight against pressure, against authoritarian pressure. So if you do that, you're a snitch because you undermine the security of the state. So that's what the negative connotation comes from, because the goal of this unity is to strengthen the authoritarian institutions. So people are interested in weak institutions per se. That's what I'm trying to impart here. So the logic that OECD pursues is to build strong and open institution. From there, there's this philosophical clash, because we're not discussing whether whistleblowers only disclosing corruption as a crime. But we expand this notion. We understand that the whistleblower is primarily an insider inside an institution. And in our philosophy, a person who believes in the values of an institution, associated with an institution, and wants to protect it. Secondly, is that information about the violation of integrity, we don't expect that the person knows criminal code and knows all the detail of all the articles of criminal code which is now violated. And thirdly, that the motivation, again, to build a strong and open institution where I'm part of it, because I'm associated with the same values, but the motive is not the personal, is not what I mean, because that's the discussion that we had regarding EU directives. The motive is, why are we creating this mechanism in the first place? So in all of this context, OECD looks at 5 components to whistleblower protection policy. What we're analyzing is number 1, are there clear notification channels, internal and external? So does the person understand when they notify, do they understand that clear line that I'm now becoming a whistleblower and I'm aware of what are the possibilities to notify? Secondly, the ban for formal or informal sanctions connected to whistleblower work. Again, it's the discussion of journalists. Are they whistleblowers or not? Thirdly, clear ways of guaranteed protection, especially anonymity. It should be provided. Fourth, yeah, I see we have power outage for 30 seconds. So number 5, effective review and investigation of complaints and awareness raising. And I would wrap at this, because the analysis is conducted. The expert who is analyzing this is now in Bulgaria. And the next year on the conference, we'll be happy to share results with you. But in general, to summarize all these philosophical notions, we love to see that there's a discussion platform, because again, what is the value and why whistleblower protection is at all introduced is being discussed right here and by society that tries to define this value for themselves, and it's only possible in discussion. So I want to thank you for this platform and for the invitation. Yeah, we start discussion a bit later because it took 20 minutes additional to arrange everything. So we'll wait for the opportunity to bring the slides back. We still would like to ask you some questions, as well as to our online panelists. But that takes a couple of minutes to rearrange power supply. You still have 3 minutes to go, therefore. Okay, I would rather use these 3 minutes for communication. Okay, so then the questions to Oksana, maybe to speakers as well, and I will try and do they hear us on Zoom? Not yet. All right. So I'll be able to pass. So our colleagues will be able to ask online colleagues, right? Okay, great. So then let's start from the question. Let's raise your questions, and Kenti will pass the floor to you. Questions? I didn't see your hands yet. Okay. It's a very interesting discussion, and see, there's a directive between the directive and the Court of Human Rights. So maybe I will start. Oh, there's a question, right? Okay. In Kenti, microphone. Sergei Mitkolik, Civil Society Organization Anti-Corruption Staff. I wanted to ask Oksana, the progress that you prepared, progress report, have you suggested it to the National Anti-Corruption Agency, or have you done some joint work to integrate it into anti-corruption strategy, the public strategy, or in general, in a legal framework? Have you communicated with them?
So there's a large OECD program for Ukraine that is conducting various different reviews in Ukraine. They started out back in 2023 in response to Ukraine's OECD membership aspiration. So, these reviews are looking into whether Ukraine's legislation and governing core principles are actually in line with the OECD key principles. Now, as to timeline, well, this work is ongoing. That's why I'm here, and that's why my colleagues were here last week. So we're conducting preliminary analysis, already collecting data, and so we'll be ready to share this with our stakeholders in September, more or less. And NACP is one of the key stakeholders that we work with. Thank you, Oksana. We have time for one more question. And if you don't have any questions, I might have. And maybe some of our online speakers have questions. I think Yaroslav has got some questions for us. Hello, Deputy Head of NACP, Yaroslav Lubchenko. So there was an assessment done by OECD on whistleblowing. So how did we fare against other countries, and what are some of the expectations going forward? Expectations for Ukraine. Now, what you're talking about, Yaroslav, is Istanbul strategy, right? It's the ICN network that compares countries in Europe and Central Asia. Now, this analysis is slightly different. So this review is slightly different because it's got very precise indicators that we will discuss in more detail in September. Now, I can't really disclose anything at this point, but speaking of the integrity system here in Ukraine, what's interesting, organizationally speaking, at least, is this shifting culture that we're seeing. You know, you can't say there's no culture in place. Like, culture has always been around. It's just a matter of how we understand it and how it sort of presents itself. And it's just a matter of using the right terms sometimes. What has once been considered being a snitch is now considered being a whistleblower, right? So there is this shift that is taking place in mindsets and in how people view these things. And yeah, and then there are a lot of interesting best practices that could be learned from. And I'm not exactly specifically talking about the OECD countries. There are other countries that we can learn from as well. So yeah, so once again, you have to understand where the balance lies and how this culture is slowly changing. Okay, Oksana, thank you very much. I have a question as well for you and other distinguished speakers. So my question is to David and Tom. Even two questions, really. So back to the discussion of whether motivation or the motive needs to be taken into account when granting protection. So should we really follow the EU directive, or do you think the European Court of Human Rights has a point when they say the motives need to be taken into account? And David, so what experience do you think would work the best for Ukraine? Having these sectional laws, or following a different idea where you have comprehensive legislation to include all whistleblowers? So what do you think will work best for Ukraine? And thank you. I mean, who wants to start? I mean, David, you have your camera on, so over to you now.
I'll let Tom answer the question on motivation since he covered that one already. But on the issue of what I think might be the best approach. So I mean, the experience from countries is that when you do have just sectoral laws, you do have these gaps. So as I mentioned, in your reconstruction process, there's going to be a lot of buildings being built, a lot of roads and bridges and dams being revised or done, where you want them to be safe. And if you don't have things that cover other kinds of infrastructure, there's no guarantee that when a whistleblower comes and says this isn't being built in a safe way, or that something has shifted and it is no longer safe and needs to be repaired quickly before some disaster happens, that the whistleblower will be listened to and acted on and protected from retaliation. So I really do believe that taking a more broad approach where you look at all of the issues rather than try and fix something after the fact when a disaster has happened, and then you go, "Oh, we should have protected against infrastructure dangers, or we should have put roads in there." Is a more far-reaching and useful way of addressing it than doing it by sector. That doesn't mean that sectors that have specific issues, for instance, on the issue of rewards and corruption, whether you can have particular sectoral standards for certain areas, but making sure that everybody's protected and that all things of public interest are revealed is quite crucial. Thanks.
Okay. I think we unfortunately have to wrap this up right now. But before we do that, I'd just like to thank our presenters today, and I have a question for all the members of the audience here. Following all these discussions that we had about standards and everything else, I really wonder what you guys think about all this. So just follow this link and answer some questions. And in the meantime, I'd like to thank all of our participants and all of our panelists. And thank you for joining us. It's been an honor and it's been a privilege, especially given the fact that we all live in different time zones. It's early morning in the US, I believe. So Tom, thank you very much for taking your time and joining this event. And David and Sula, thank you very much indeed, everybody. And Oksana, thank you to you as well. Apologies, as I wasn't using the microphone. Yeah. I was just reading the question now. Right. Okay, so this is the question about the sufficiency of Ukrainian law. So most people actually believe here that we need to really focus on implementing best international practice here. So in a way, I mean, that just confirms what Sue said that we can do much better than just the EU directive. So yeah, I think it's a good it's a good message right there, because uh,
Вами дійсно ми
So in other
не робимо
words,
копіпаст.
we're not doing any copy paste here, as Yaroslav mentioned. We're trying to look at our own experience and implement best international practices. So thank you very much indeed. We're going to break for lunch now, and please be back by 2:30 Kiev time, and we will have 2 exciting roundtables prepared for you. Hopefully everybody will be back for part 2. Thank you.
також можуть звертатися до вищого командування або ВСП. Та проблема цих механізмів у тому, що в будь-якому випадку командиру стає відомо, хто саме на нього поскаржився. Тож це стає небезпечно для самого військовослужбовця. Можна також повідомити до інституцій, які прямо не залежать від військової системи, наприклад, це прокуратура або Державне бюро розслідувань. Але такі звернення не допомагають. Якщо військовий став свідком або потерпілим у кримінальному провадженні і йому загрожує небезпека, відповідно до закону його можуть перевести до іншого підрозділу. Але, на жаль, на практиці такі випадки є одиничними. Ми адвокатуємо створення безпечного, ефективного і єдиного каналу для звернень. Необхідно зробити анонімне вікно, через яке військовий зможе повідомити про правопорушення.
Доброго дня, товариство. Мене звати Олексій. Дякую всім, хто залишився на третю панель на сьогодні в такій теплій атмосфері. Це видно, що питання викривачів для кожного з присутніх стоїть на достатньо високому рівні. Сьогодні ми говоримо про закон про захист викривачів корупції, його практичне застосування, а саме реалії та виклики. І з нами декілька поважних людей, яких ви всі добре знаєте, які сьогодні кожен по черзі буде говорити
of Ukrainian whistleblowers, and we have a couple of distinguished panelists here with vast experience. We have the Justice of the Supreme Court, Orlovsky, we have Georgi Sandu from Трудові ініціативи organization. Then we also have Tristan Masad, and we've had a chance to meet Mr. Masina Yam as well earlier today, and we were supposed to have Natalia Nesterenko as well, so hopefully she will be joining us later. So before we begin, I would like our tech support staff to run the poll for us real quick. Oh, there's Oksana, all right. So if everybody could just scan that QR code and answer a couple of questions.
Чекайте, я ще теж учасник.
Right. I'm trying to participate myself as well.
Власне, перше питання, чи існують, на вашу думку, випадки, коли закриття...
The first question is whether you think there have been cases where closing of a criminal case led to serious issues from the point of view of whistleblowers, as far as their safety, etc., is concerned. So I'd like to narrow this question down. Are you aware of any such cases since the last time we've had this conference? So in the last 12 months. Right, so the voting is in full swing.
Рухається в сторону ні.
Right, so there's a trend towards no, negative answer.
Так, бачу ще обличчя в телефонах.
Yeah, I see some people are still voting. Or are you just on your phones? So not paying attention. Anyway, great. All right, so it's 65 to 35. All right. So let me hand it over to Mrs. Yaroslava Bielak, who promised to share some of the actual court cases she had to deal with. So you have a wearable mic, don't you? Can you hear me? Yes, I think we can. All right. Well, hello, everybody. I mean, it's a great honor and a privilege to be here representing Ukrainian authorities and having to face people who, for the most part, involved in civic control and oversight. Effectively, somebody from the other side of the equation, and the fact that you've invited me, I think, is a testament to the fact that we're all moving towards the same goal, which is protecting human rights, and more so when it comes to protecting whistleblowers. And this is not my first time attending this conference. That's actually a second time. I've been a part of this event, and thank you to Oksana and Nesterenko, by the way, for inviting me. So I serve at the administrative sort of cassation, and I deal with cases that have to do with rights of whistleblowers and protection thereof. And, to be honest with you, as I was preparing for this event, I decided I would take another look at all the cases that the court considered and deliberated on starting from 2019 or since 2019. So, but let me backtrack a little. When I was invited here for the first time, I wasn't confident if anybody would, show any interest towards these cases. And, little did we know that this first meeting would become so significant, our participation in here, and how it, led to sort of more practical dimension of whistleblower protection when it comes to court cases and the court practice. And I think the NACP as well showed some initiative and managed to put together this single portal for whistleblowers, which was which was an immediate need at that point, and something that warrants some credit. So let me start by saying where we are at right now and where we need to move towards. So the case I want to bring up, it was a case xdiscussions 2418. So it's a ruling of the Supreme Court from 2019, where a person sued Odessa Customs Office and the Treasury Department of Office, and that person asked the court to render null and void the reprimand that person was handed by that said government institution. And at that point, the legislation wasn't very clear-cut, nothing like we have today. And, as I was preparing for this meeting today, I was really surprised to see that progress that has been made over all these years since last we met, as far as the legislation itself is concerned. So a couple of important points about this case. Now, in this case, the court decided on key criteria, the core criteria that would go on to serve as the basis for similar decisions in the future. So speaking of practical application of the law, by that decision, we pretty much managed to confirm the concept of immunity of a whistleblower, while at the same time making a note of the fact that such immunity is not limitless. And we also confirmed the idea, the concept that a person or a family member that person could not be persecuted against, reprimanded, or punished, or retributed against by their employer for their whistleblowing activity. So I think what was really important at that time was to establish a very clear causal relationship between the negative actions toward that person or threat thereof.
У зв'язку з заявленою відповідно інформацією,
and information such a whistleblower provided, and that the very fact that they had provided such information. So the court
наявністю викривача імунітету
also indicated at the same time that the immunity that the whistleblowers have will apply only in case where the law on prevention of corruption is violated or broken and not any other law. So looking into this case, the court also said that the list of negative measures that could be apply to the whistleblower is not an exhaustive list, not by any means. And I think the fact that a very clear sequence of events and causal relationship was established, that was another a key component criteria. And also, the time frame, the time difference between when information had been reported and when negative measures ensued, in relation to the whistleblower by their employer. So all these criteria were considered in great detail and became a foundation of subsequent similar decisions. And which, by the way, it was really actually hard to trace. I mean, I hope that it was the case, but there aren't too many cases of that anyway. But one thing to keep in mind that a lot of these cases were sent by the Administrative Cassation Court for re-examination.
Різні проблеми, які виникають під час розгляду справи.
Due to various issues and various problems that may arise, and I'm going to list some of those, and then I will try to formulate some conclusions because I'm really looking forward to listening to other panelists. So, what were some of the things that the court was looking at when deciding to send the case for retrial or discard it any other way? Well, one thing was the lack of status of the defendant or the plaintiff, rather, of a whistleblower in accordance with the meaning prescribed by the law. Lack of causal relationship between information reported and negative actions applied.
Звільнення та видача оскарженого наказу передували подіям, з якими особа пов'язує набуття статусу викривача, а тому не перебувають знову.
For example, that the dismissal of such a person objectively happened prior to such a person becoming a whistleblower. And the fact that it could not be established that the negative actions that they suffered were a direct result of them actually reporting such an offense.
Суди не надали оцінку одній з підстав позову, які позивач вважає, що основною є це
other reasons as well.
Ну і ще дві такі узагальнені. Правовідносини, які стали підставою для звернення, не пов'язані з здійсненням позивачем повідомлення. Далі,
where, you know, for looking at the case on merit, it turned out that the negative action they suffered had nothing to do with their whistleblowing activities.
У випадку подання його позовної заяви. Якщо ми з вами
And a number of other reasons as well. So, I mean, if we were to look at all the statistics comprehensively, and, you know, as somebody who serves at the Supreme Court and has to look into these types of cases, and, you know, as a Supreme Court justices, myself and colleagues, we do not establish or verify facts, right? And this is the key thing. No, what we are doing is trying to protect the essence of the rights of that whistleblower that have been violated. So it all comes down to establishing the status first. So the court establishing the status of a plaintiff, and if discovered that indeed they are a whistleblower, then immediately certain protections started to apply. Then secondly, it's the cause and effect relationship, because sometimes in a lot of these cases, looking at the materials, case materials, we don't clearly see that causal relations. And what we see in laws, on the contrary, is, you know, manipulation and misrepresentation of facts. In fact. Now, we had an interesting case where somebody got fired from the Ministry of Justice, and they sued the ministry to say that you know, they were a whistleblower and they are therefore eligible for protection. And then it turned out that it was a misrepresentation by that person in a way to sort of game the system. Or, you know, sometimes where you have a person who signs a resignation letter, and but then all of a sudden have a change of heart and want to get their job back and don't get their request approved, and then they pose themselves as a whistleblower to try and get reinstated this way. So obviously, you know, you have to. So one thing you have to understand is that at Supreme Court we don't establish the facts as such.
Що хорошого і що поганого, да? В чому
Now, what are some of the good things and some of the bad things?
Що можна покращити?
So what could be changed? I mean, I was listening in along to all these different presentations we've heard today, but the key component for me is the fact that the cause and effect relationship is established by the court. Not some other entity, but it is the court. So there are criteria. Am I running out of time? So there are certain criteria that the court has established.
Відповідно, направляє справу на новий розгляд.
And if those criteria aren't met, then that, you know, we might be facing a retrial.
Звернути вашу увагу на те, що досить часто в матеріалах справах можна побачити таку пасивну поведінку сторін.
And we often see in case materials that the parties to proceedings are quite passive, both the authorities and the whistleblowers seeking protection. The benefit is that cassation administrative court or administrative courts, according to the code, administrative judiciary, they, according to international standards, the main burden of proof is on the authority or representatives of authority. But in this situation, the way I see it, it's very important to properly organize the lawyers' work or civil society organizations who help the whistleblower. Because I, as a representative of cassation court, we often listen to these cases, the three of us with colleagues, and if the first court judge appoints the simplified proceedings without subpoenaing the parties, so it can make it even more complicated. It doesn't mean that you cannot initiate the verbal hearing. There are mechanisms in the administrative code. But on the level of cassation, I'm only limited by the arguments and the limits that are defined in cassation court. And they can, in the third instance, they can have lesser requirements than was claimed in the first instance court. So that's why I'm saying that in this category of cases, we want to change something. It's important for us to work on the body of evidence. If in this category of cases, as a court of first instance, I would probably be proactive. I would use my own powers, and I would request necessary documents from representative authority who would need to prove that, but the plaintiff could argue the case, and by providing equality of parties in this process, we would work until the court will decide who is right in these parties. And I would like to draw your attention to important thing very often, and that's why the negative connotation to the judiciary comes. I came after the reform. I've been only 5 years on position, and I've been asked questions like, do we feel some pressure from the authorities or something else? Currently, maybe some phone calls, etc. You know, the society has changed. The new quality of judges are there, but you have to understand also that we cannot do more than the code provides to us. But in this regard, I want to draw your attention. Just a minute. Of course, would like to say a lot more in this regard. The body of evidence is the key thing. It's the key to an effective defense. And they asked me, what do we do? I said the arguments in the national standards is also very important. But there's one more thing. The thing is that if the member of authority does not do anything illegal or doesn't want to register the relevant information and requests of the whistleblower, just some reasons, you have to demand, and there are tools in the draft law from 2021, in the law of 2021, that bind the member of authority to act within the legality that are provided in the Constitution within these limits. So the member of authority must act only in accordance with that. They don't have a discretion to waive the criteria in the law. So we have to prepare the new generation of professional lawyers. We have to teach them to define these criteria, to properly interpret this criteria, and by mandating the members of authority to provide a justified answer. So we often face the problem, but still paperwork is still valid. Although there are sometimes verbal refusals, but they can be registered. It's about the military. As far as I know, we talk about small cases, small category of cases on payments to the military, my chamber in particular. And I need to tell you, the military are not deprived of the protection tools. There is a law on requests from the citizens, and you can talk to authorities, and that gives you more opportunities, that gives you more guarantees. It's not like I said that, and you can subpoena the witnesses, but you mentioned the vicious circle, the possibility of in vicious circle or the omerta in the military units, etc. So the discretion of the members of authority in this category of cases, registration or not registration, is very narrow. And it's narrow by this law. It's made narrow by the law. Thank you, Miroslava. Unfortunately, the time is pressing. So I will wrap it up. Just one remark. we have to think how these criteria defined in the first case, can we really apply them in this category of cases that are related to whistleblowers in the military area. I have a reflection on one of the criteria of the absence of claims. It's a very disputable thing. So if you have any questions regarding the Miroslav's intervention, you can quickly ask one question laterally. I'm Benjamin Timoshenko. It's great luck to be able to talk to the judge of a Supreme Court like this. We will present our case later today, and I'm part of that case as a corruption whistleblower with official status, recognized status. 3 times we are waived, we are rejected. It's been a 3rd court proceeding. We won the first one, we were restored in the job, and then we were fired again. We again to court, go to court. We win that case, and the next time she's again fired from the job. As to what you were saying, that there should be causal evidence that provides some events in time. So the whistleblower files a lawsuit, then receives a status, then there are some sanctions, and then restoration of the job. I want to hear your comment. If you read Article 53, Prim 4, there's this thing that that nobody can deny the job placement for the whistleblower. It's an absolute status, and the law doesn't provide in time. Like today, I'm a whistleblower. In 3 months or in a year, I'm no longer a whistleblower. I'm something else. Maybe that's the wrong thing in this cause and effect. Either this or no, or so if the whistleblower is recognized as a whistleblower, he's in the register, that will probably open someday, and its employer has to see whether it's a whistleblower or not. But the law said there is no lapse of time for whistleblower. It's even in 10 years. That's your civil position. There's no connection between whistleblower and employer. You can notice corruption in a different company and become a whistleblower, then receive another packet of sanctions. So my question is, what do you think as a professional? What do we as civil society need to do? What kind of request or demand do we have to put for the legislators so that they write the law in such a way that we don't have to go to the 4th litigation? In the first case, the employer doesn't know that it's a whistleblower. Second time, he knows. And the 3rd time, they know, but continue to fire the same person. What do we have to change so that we don't have to go through a 4th litigation? And this norm about the chronology, the cause and effect in time. The law defines clearly the absolute norm of a whistleblower as an absolute protection, but we're somehow talking about cause and effect, the lapse of time, etc. Maybe that's not the correct way. Because if there will be no mass adoption, if the whole society will not become whistleblowers, that's the way to nowhere. Because corruption in this country has gotten so big. We're talking about peanuts while everybody steals factories. So what do you do? Maybe the lapse of time is the wrong thing here. Short answer. The court speaks with the language of their decisions. I told you about criteria in specific case. I told you that these criteria were set in the first case. That was later followed by nothing. Now the legislation has developed in some way. But for me, I need to choose words cautiously. It's been 5 years, but sometimes, I am the part of the authority, But on the other hand, I'm a human being, I know about the problems you're talking about because my family is here. And I'm also very, I want to see my country prosperous and democratic and transparent and fair. Obviously. But what I want to say, for you to understand, I think we have to look a bit wider. Like, it's hard for me to comment, and I don't even have the right probably to comment on the specific case. I don't even know what jurisdiction was that. Maybe it's a civil jurisdiction or criminal jurisdiction. If that case, I had this case, and you would be in this case, you can invite like the Supreme Court judge to deliberate that case within the reasonable doubt. So nowadays, the court has gone to it's not applying the law formally. It interprets the spirit, not only the letter, but the spirit of the law, the principles. In each law, if the court has enough information, position, and body of evidence, they're looking for standards that are laid in the very legal norm. The international standards and the standards that correspond with the constitutional norms, so we talk about guarantees more and more, but the main principle is the rule of law.
Працюємо.
Бо Сергій Петрович Головатий часом...
Because Sergei Головatый often, well, he's now relieved of his duty, you know his story with the wrong translation of this principle. And I won't be repeating that because it can be interpreted that I'm not adhering to the decisions of Constitutional Court. If sometimes the guarantees of the labor code that obviously gain a new quality, a new understanding with the help of this short period of time where we were applying more and more actively international standards, the court uses the decisions of Court of Human Rights and previous meeting, I paid a lot of attention to that. We look at a bit wider. We look at anti-corruption programs. We are borrowing the principles and approaches, what the country aims for. It's very important for us, again, to collect the body of evidence. If a person is not restored to the job, you have to look into the code of administrative justice and file a lawsuit. But one more thing. Remember, these guarantees, they are also, they bind the member of authority. They bind them to act a specific way. And you as a plaintiff or their attorney in the litigation, if it's well justified, the pressure, if there are arguments, there are international standards, there are decisions of European Court of Human Rights, the criteria are defined.
Тут є проблема в тому, що, можливо, в суспільству хотілося, щоб справа була розглянута якомога швидше.
Я вас буду трошки, ваша честь, призупиняти.
I need to...
Я не знаю, чи відповіла, але я пробувала донести.
I don't know if I answered your question, but
Пані Оксано ще хотіла відповісти на ваше
Oksana wanted to answer your question. There's a short answer to your question, but the implementation of this thing is going to take a long time, and it requires much more effort. At a certain time in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they introduced this pre-trial mechanism. They introduced a fine to that person who fires a whistleblower, 5,000 euro. And it was a personal responsibility, 5,000 euro, not institution, but personally the person who fired the whistleblower. And draft law 4038A, we also suggested this kind of criminal liability. The law was passed. Now it's possible. It's not possible because of regulation, because it should be a separate law. There are two challenges here. First, and the tool is working that I mentioned. It really works. We have conducted studies But there are studies that prove it. I don't imagine how this could be advocated, considering what Yaroslav said, that maybe we should unite with the civil society. That's why we're here. And secondly, even if it comes, the question is, should be very skeptical. You should be skeptical, Your Honor, because when it's about enforcing this court decision, that's a separate thing in principle. How do you collect that fine that the court imposes? Okay, I will skip my question to Miroslava. Let's move forward. There's a question from Zoom. We will address them at the end.
Проговоримо, бо вже я переживаю, що ми з вами залишимось зовсім до кінця робочого дня.
Because we need to, stay within the timeline. So this is Georgi Sandul.
Окей, sorry. Тоді дозвольте представити пана Трістана Масата.
Tristan Masato, sorry, director of the program Solidarity Center in Ukraine. Tristan, because of the shortage of time, please be concise and maybe shorten your information a little bit.
I think I'll be very quick. First off, just thanks to the organizers for this important event. We have been working in this sphere for a number of years. Our focus is on labor rights in particular, and I wanted to make kind of 2 points of context and one that's a comment on strategy. I'm a lawyer, so I'm not de-emphasizing the law, but I kind of wanted to make a broader point. My colleague, Georgi Sandul, will kind of go more into the case work. The first of my points I sort of already mentioned, labor law. It'd be very difficult for you to find a corruption case where the focal point relationship that allowed it to come to light was not an employment one. Labor law is a very robust, large section of law. It's often, after the Constitution in many countries, it's the thing that impacts your day-to-day life more than almost any other section of any code. And in corruption, the reason that corruption comes to light is someone with a job found out something and decided to say something. But not just that, it's also the employment relationship with the journalists. Journalists are usually not multimillionaires who like to publish things. They are someone who works somewhere, and their employment relationship must permit them to publish the material and allow them to be safe in doing that and protect their sources, and that their sources are sources because of the status of the journalist's employment. So employment is really at the epicenter of any anti-corruption effort. My second point is that it's important, while we look at the law as a partial solution, to also understand that much of corruption is legal. Corrupt forces, by nature, play a role in writing laws, and obviously around the world, countries that have a high level of corruption, the people, the interests that profit from that corruption have made much of their corruption legal. Why wouldn't you? You're corrupt. It makes sense. There are, taking a bribe that might be illegal, and there's hiding ownership to a company in a layer of offshore, fake entities that might be perfectly legal. For many, many, many years, Ukraine's largest foreign direct investor has been Cyprus. Of course, citizens of Cyprus are not moving their investments to Ukraine. It's mostly Ukrainians hiding their control and asset and liability, and it's corruption. And I think that there's a pressure that is in force in economic reforms that might push people to make the decision to make more types of corruption legal. A case in point in employment is informalized employment is a reliability reduction for the employer, can be a type of corruption. That broader lens is important. So when we do look at things like the need for comprehensive whistleblower protection, that we also understand that the real thing that makes most people able to be more honest and activist in their community is that they have enough money in their bank, that they can get a new job, that they have a way to feed their family, so that if someone is thinking, my boss asked me to take this bribe, I see this procurement that's illegal, what happens to them if they complain? If they have safety in their employment, if they're in a part of a collective bargaining agreement, if they have enough money, they're paid well, the economy is doing well, that person is much more likely to complain than if not. And so I think that, we want to guard against viewing corruption only as legal, because that plays into, the folks that benefit from corruption just spending even more money on manipulating laws. And we want to make sure that we're looking at it as a human right that exists in broad society, where the law is a subcomponent of our effort. And that's my sort of strategic point, is that there's a huge wealth of expertise, and I'm very grateful for folks like Mr. Devine this morning and others who made all of these very dense and deep technical points about corruption. But if there is not a sense that corruption is the opposite fairness, and particularly economic fairness, and that there's a broad base of support for that economic fairness in society, you will continue to see corruption as a component of the closing space for civil society, like we see with our dear friends in Georgia or other places we have these foreign agents laws. And also, the invader, Russia, they use the lack of hope and the lack of economic fairness in the propaganda rhetoric to damage Ukraine. And, if you see corruption used as a justification for delaying NATO membership or whatever else, that is part of a narrative of the corrupt, who are domestic and abroad. But in this case, it's, Russia is very happy to take that propaganda victory and use corruption as as another weapon. So the strategy has to be mass-based understanding that supports the expertise in civil society, but that civil society does not allow itself to become kind of an elite. And we certainly see in some countries the danger where, if you fix a type of low-level corruption, you better be sure that the person that was feeding their family with that low-level corruption has something other way to feed their family, or you've just made them worse. And populist extremists win elections. And you see this with Orban. This isn't the person who's cheating is not the only reason that they're in power. They are, attacking civil society, partly because civil society has allowed itself to be experts but not broad, to be deep but not broad. And so I think in the anti-corruption struggle, the casework is incredibly important, but it's got to exist in a social movement that saves some of the words, particularly in this region, that were damaged by past regimes around things like trade unions and solidarity, and words that were abused and damaged have to be resuscitated so that economic fairness isn't perceived as from a particular political quadrant, it's perceived as democracy, and that democracy isn't perceived as offshoring, or making it easier to fire people. That's not democracy. We want prosperity as democracy. So I think those are very up here observations, and I'll then stop talking. But I think that's important as a lens to imagine as we move forward as a civil society coalition that mass base approach in education has to be there. Thanks.
Дякую, пане Тристане. Поки колеги думають...
Thank you, Tristan. While the colleagues are thinking with questions, I want to ask the question for myself. Because thank you for a strategic view over that, but let me go one step down, because you were mentioning the employment as an important part of this anti-corruption battle. Coming back to the previous presentation, if a person voluntarily writes a request to be relieved of their duties, but then they open the law on protection of whistleblowers, start reading, or they got their courage and they want to submit a request for protection from the state. There can be different opinions here, and I understand that if they voluntarily were relieved of their duties, they won't get that protection. It's their decision.
Я просто, які ваші думки з цього приводу?
I'm just, what do you think in that regard? And look, it's about guarantees for protection. That it depends on the circumstances. In that case, no, I'm not talking about a specific case. When it's a voluntary decision to leave the job, the law guarantees equality of rights, and a person has a right for employment. We used to have cases in another category when the person changed their mind, but within a certain deadline, they got back, depending on what's the argument about, what's the dispute is about. It doesn't mean that if you're a whistleblower you maybe civil lawyers can have more experience with that, but that they are in some way not covered by the same guarantees as the others that can claim that position. It's depending on the circumstances of the case, depending on the situation, because sometimes there are reorganization, there's cutting of staff, it's all a huge category of cases. And I'm going to give you, I can tell you it's a very complex cases because, for instance, I used to have, in my experience, just one case like that. And the person says, I'm a whistleblower. The agency is reorganized. And I'm just fired, and that's it. And nobody's wants to talk. So it's about why they reorganize. That's the first thing you have to establish. It doesn't mean that, well, if they're a whistleblower, it doesn't mean that you cannot reorganize information, so the organization. So how much time the guarantee should last that they cannot be relieved? The company has to grow. Civil lawyers can see, but I'm just looking at it through the prism of my cases. So what comes first, liquidation or reorganization? That others were relocated and the whistleblower was just fired. It's just a sum total of the facts. That's what gives us the opportunity that we can apply these guarantees or not, and that immunity really emerges for the whistleblower. That's what I'm talking about. So it's about enforcement of court decisions, mostly. Tristan, if you have any comments, go ahead.
This morning, the very good point was made that whistleblowers don't need to be heroic. Someone who is informing on a situation there might be legitimate reasons that they should be fired, but they also are a whistleblower. So it isn't contingent on them making good decisions or being a good person. It's the trigger that they reported on illicit, unfair economic activity, illicit benefit. So, as a lawyer, certainly you want to try to advise your client to make smart choices, but not all, it's going to be contingent on the circumstances. But we want the robust protections to be available. Not everyone is going to use all of those, in the same case context.
Дякую. Надаю слово.
Thank you. I pass the floor, Georgi Sandol. Thank you so much. Thank you for opportunity to talk about our favorite labor rights, because it's underappreciated topic in Ukraine. And as we work with Tristan, we started in 2016 the Coalition Solidarity Against Corruption, and to stress the role of labor rights, to unite the trade unions, who are the biggest part of civil society in their numbers, and one of the most effective community of whistleblowers, and to connect them with other active parts of civil society. So what can I say from our experience of working with trade unions? Trade unions are a unique mechanism because they have access. As part of the collective bargaining agreement, you can get any information. There's corruption, okay, and there's a lot of it in there. So the question is that even before the draft law 1010 was available, we advocated this topic that you got to have additional guarantees. Although, even so, the law prevents you from firing a member of elected member of trade unions during the wartime. It's additional guarantee, yes. But why? That's why it's also good to be a member of trade union. And we have Article 53/4 of the Labor Code that is well written, and it's formally their legal action described by the employer. But what do we see in experience?
Yeah, so speaking of practice, and Benjamin will correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, we've been dealing with this case for how many years, I can't recall. I mean, since 2015, at least. So, I mean, and this is all public information. So, this state enterprise, this company that services, the presidential terminal at the international airport, and there was a strike over there at some point. I had to do with corruption as well. So yeah, anyway, the corruption whistleblower, head of the trade union of this company, reported some facts to State Investigation Bureau. And then the next day, and the next day she's she's charged with an offense or something like this, yeah, and so she basically she's fired, and yeah. Anyway, we tried working this out with the police and everything else. Yeah, not much has happened, but the courts did really make a difference. I mean, they showed resolve. Yeah, and thank you to NACP, and then the next day she comes to work. Once she's reinstated, she gets downsized. So she's cut. Okay, we take it to the court again. And formally she's reinstated again, and then she gets cut again for some other reasons still. And it just goes on for years and years. So yeah, formally the court decision is enforced. In fact, it is being applied and adhered to, but then there is no way to sort of make it stick. There's no way to ensure the longevity of this decision.
Подати до власника, подали до Державного управління справ вимогу про звільнення. І тут питання в тому, що обов'язково до виконання, якщо не погоджуєшся, йди в суд. Зараз в нас суди по цій справі. Але вони...
So basically, the way our courts work, you always have to challenge these decisions in a court of law. There's no other way. Even though we're dealing with serious offenses. And while decisions are executed formally, you still have a lot of these situations like I described, right? But then, yes, I have to give credit to the court system. I mean, they've been performing very well. The NACP is performing very well, but we cannot sort of attain long-standing results. Make sure that these rights are protected in the long run.
Доопрацювання, полірування, комплексний закон про викривачів. Але тут ще треба враховувати, що
yeah, the law on whistleblowers is pretty nuanced, and it is pretty it's a pretty heavy document, really. And but then again, you have to understand that our labor legislation is undergoing changes and is getting more sort of neoliberal in the process, and labor rights are being encroached upon. And labor law is pretty much the very first obstacle any whistleblower will eventually have to face. It's sort of the first frontier that they will have to go through. So whenever somebody deliberates or ponders the idea of additional liberalization of labor laws, I mean, we keep telling them and keep harping on the fact that it will deal a lethal blow to whistleblowers as a concept if these laws were to be made even more liberal than they are now. And so yeah, just as long as you let us as trade unions protect those labor rights, we can definitely play a part in corruption whistleblowing. Even before this law was adopted, we had multiple cases where we effectively did blow the whistle, even though it wasn't called whistleblowing back then. So we did have those cases, and whenever you approach an issue as a group, you know, united
чинне законодавство, щоб викривачі, які вже
in a way,
визнавали ті суди,
it's
що вони
always easier to hold your ground.
і не хочуть вже працювати. А можливо, хочуть з іншим директором, якщо ми його вже звільнили.
So we need to be able to make sure that these court decisions are executed and performed and enforced in a sustained, long-term, enduring fashion, as opposed to just, you know, checking some boxes or some such. So,
скажімо так, робити коаліції щодо,
you know, and to be successful, you have to start forming coalitions. You know, you have to start acting as a sort of a watchdog, just to make sure that the labor laws don't get so liberalized as to pretty much become ineffective or non-existent.
Тому тут треба всім,
And you know, the tools that we have at our disposal are pretty limited.
покажемо. І тут просто,
But
скажімо так, приділяти увагу цьому компоненту.
there are still things that we can do, you know, especially keeping some of these aspects in mind when discussing legislative initiatives. So while everybody's thinking about their questions, I mean, this case, right, that you just described. So, firing a whistleblower is a crime, right? Did you try and do something about this? Yes, we did. The NACP did. You know, they filed complaints with the police, which they pretty much swept under the rug.
Персональна відповідальність,
Персональна
так є
відповідальність.
кримінальна відповідальність керівника.
Є кримінальна.
Якщо ми не можемо до кримінальної,
But I mean, look, what else can we do? I mean, if we can't impose criminal liability on that person, what else can we do? Well, yeah, I mean, it really comes down to police officers who are investigating these cases. You know, back in the days, a case like this would fall under the jurisdiction of the prosecutor's office. You know, back in the days, prosecutors used to do something about this. And, you know, since it has been put under the police jurisdictionary powers, investigative powers, there's very little they can do. You know, as a lawyer, I can say that, you know, it's always terrible. I mean, it's always terrible to have to deal with situations like this. I mean, I got injured on June the 5th, and then, you know, a couple of days later, my friend is calling me to say that his cat was taken by his ex against his will. You know, a minor case it would seem, but still, you know, that is something that has to go through police, and it has to go through court. So this is what you know, the police having to deal with, and they're not going to do anything about it unless you push them, unless you make them do something about it. So, I mean, I can help you. I can help you force matters. I know how to force matters with police.
Відреагую з приводу поганого адвоката. Дивіться, окрім того, що порушується
To respond to your comment.
власне, сам факт, що повідомив викривач про факти корупції, да?
Now, we also need to consider what the whistleblowers are reporting.
Ви знаєте, там
And
більше 300 мільйонів, тому ваші 10 нам не цікаві.
in the case we had, it was worth like some 10 million or something. So we tried talking to NABU, and they said, well, this case is too small for us. You know, we would only get our hands dirty if it's at least 300 million. So we went to the DBR, you know, the State Investigation Bureau, and they were pretty reluctant to do anything about it. And then, you know, we had to take them to the court. You know, we had to sue them. The court forced them to do something about it, and they still didn't. You know, there's some things that they're obliged to, I mean, this requirement that they have to launch a criminal case within 24 hours. It just doesn't work like that, right? They're short on hands. You know, they short on hands. They don't have the capacity to do it. So you know, you have to really go through course. And still, even though, you know, not or disobeying a court decision is a crime in and of itself. Right, guys, I understand. I mean, but look, I mean, all these things that you're doing, that's nice and fine, but you've got to get paid for this as well, right? You can't do this out of your kindness of your heart all the time, every time, and as far as I know, and at least I heard that the courts don't reimburse some of the you know, the attorney's fees. Well, I mean, this is the problem of attorneys themselves. You know, they fail to argue properly in front of the court, and you know, and get this reimbursement.
По традиції хочу подякувати вам за службу і всім військовим, хто присутній в залі.
And by the way, just before you continue, let me thank you for your service and all the members of the military for what you're doing.
По-перше, дивіться, я хотів інше сказати, але я вам зараз скажу, оскільки я військовий, то в мене трошки тематика по військових, але очевидно те, що я
You know, what I'm going to say is not going to sound nice.
Простіть мені, дозвольте мені це на пільгах інваліду, добре?
So, I mean, give me some leeway. I mean, I'm a disabled person, you know, and I have a TBI, you know, I have a certificate. But so yeah, so give me some leeway there.
Якщо спитаєтесь мені, чому пішов в війська, зокрема, тому що тепер.
And I mean, if you ask me why did I decide to join the military? Well, because I wanted to be able to kill people legally. I mean, having worked as a lawyer, as an attorney for so long, I mean, I just feel like killing people. I have this guy who stepped on the mine, got his leg blown off. He went to ask for some compensation. He was told to pay $10,000 as a bribe, as a graft to be granted this compensation. So he took this case to the SBU. He reported this to the SBU. The SBU promised they would do something, but they didn't because they are also implicit. They're also involved, you know. Right, and then the matter was brought to the attention of the Pechers court, and I mean, Pechers court is infamous for the things it does. So what I'm trying to say here. So this is my buddy. If you ask me if I believed in the rule of law in this country as a lawyer, no, I do not. I mean, my brother in arms here was assaulted by 5 Chechen nationals. 3 of them were citizens of Russia. We took it to the court. Do you think anything happened? No. So speaking of whistleblowers in the military, military, you know, just by being military is a very dangerous environment for whistleblowers. It's just like an island. You know, imagine you're on a mainland somewhere and there's an island in the middle of the ocean where people need to be saved. Right, need to be protected. Okay, that's very difficult to do. And imagine there's a person that you know that you've spent some time in the trenches. You know, and this relationship is much more than just a family. You know. And then imagine I learned that this person is stealing something, so and I have to go and report that person. You know, it might just rip your heart out to do it, because things you went through together. It's there's nothing compares to that. And then if you did, you know, you might just end up getting shot just accidentally, and you know nobody knows what happened to you. You know, just a training accident or something. Well, imagine you know, that case was brought forward and you know, the person's identity was disclosed, and then they're having to go back to their unit. Imagine what's going to happen to them.
Ви розумієте, що зараз можна будь-якого слідчого корумпувати за $1000 і розводити справу взагалі в говно.
And then I mean corruption. I mean, if you stole $300,000 or even $100,000,
Просто віддай на те, що відкупитися.
right?
Відкупишся,
Just
всі розуміємо, що
like
покарання в країні не Чому? Тому що
handing out 30 grand just to pay off the investigator.
а без цього
I mean, it's easy. It's pretty easy to do.
приймати нові закони. Чому тепер останнє, що скажу, дуже важливо. Ну, не останнє, правда. Давайте так, нас з вами хтось може законом змусити любити дітей? Ми ж любимо своїх дітей.
Okay, so here's another question for you. Like, can the law force us to love our kids? No. I mean, we love our kids just because we love them.
До тих пір, поки корупція не
So what I'm saying is,
самим зашкваром, як те, що хтось
unless corruption
русня, це окей?
becomes
Корупція у нас буде.
a
Нагадаю ще раз і ще раз, я буду цей кейс
becomes in our perceptions, in our minds, something equally as bad as, you know, I don't know, like helping Russian occupation army or something.
проводимо, у нас є комплаєнс, ми розуміємо.
And then no amount of lawmaking can help.
Давайте
I mean, a partner in my company, while I was in the front lines, while I was fighting, he was, I mean, trying to place a 300,000 grand worth of graft and bribes.
Це ще не є аж таким крінжем дати хабар. І що стосується військових,
So the problem is, you know, like people think it's okay. That's the problem, right? People think it's okay.
треба пояснити.
And then when it comes to the military,
Давайте подумаємо, які військові мають інформацію з приводу корупції. Це ж точно не
let's just think about the types of military who have information about corruption, right? It's not a guy in the trenches, right? It's not a platoon leader, anything like that. Not the actual guys fighting the war, the kinetic war. It's the people here in headquarters, back here in Kiev.
зрозуміють, хто це сказав. День-два максимум.
And I mean, if they were to report corruption, they would get told, they would get found like within 2 days.
Об'єднуйтесь. Ні. Їх там, знаєте,
Because I mean, it's so easy to do.
через це
The people who steal, there aren't too many of them, right? And everybody knows who they are, and they know each other, and they know who knows. So people will get found like almost immediately.
Це різні речі. Але ми з вами, як хто в цьому шарить, більш-менш розуміємось. Там в полях люди цього не знають, і це нормально. Я не принижую їх,
And then,
просто в них інші сфери.
you know, a lot of people out there in the fields fighting this war, they just don't know much about any legal stuff, you know, whistleblowing or suing somebody. It's not their forte, you know, and don't mean it in a bad way.
Але я вам скажу, що закон і держава набагато вужча, ніж наш реальний суспільний договір. Зараз реальний
So
суспільний
all I can say, you know, the social contract is much wider than what the government can sort of cover or embrace or extend its arms around. Because the social contract looks like this, you know, you're not guilty if you didn't get caught. And even if you did get caught, you can pay your way out of trouble. So that's the social contract. You know, this is what our nation is, unfortunately. Yeah. You know, we're not Swiss, of course, you know.
правда законом.
Yeah.
Це законом є. Уявіть собі, що у нас цей закон буде. Ми не силу на
I mean,
Я до чого веду?
they won't even like pee in the urinal or in the toilet when standing late at night for fear of waking somebody up. But anyway,
Сказати парочку дуже
if we want
викривач.
to be able to blow the whistle on corruption in the military, we've got to show some success stories.
Так само, і, до речі,
And I don't think there's any much in the way of demand for this. I mean, there isn't much demand for respecting the military either.
Міністерство оборони десь існує.
But
Армія десь існує.
I mean, we all thought that the Ministry of Defense was an actual organization that did exist and they actually was doing something and they didn't, obviously. Because, I mean, once again, you just have to consider the social contract that we've had. You know, leave me alone and do whatever you want, and I will do whatever I want. And this is where it brought us. This is where it got us to. And you know, the problem is also in the Constitution, because the state can only do what's allowed by the law, and us as people, just citizens, we are allowed to do anything that is not forbidden.
Просто давайте подивимося, як це працює. Я не кажу про те, щоб ми порушували, щоб ми перестали бути цивілізованою країною. Але чесно скажу вам, мої внутрішні переконання зараз.
And you know, I'm becoming convinced that unfortunately things are not looking up. People around us, those who steal. I mean, they're just off the rockers, man, and they're getting crazy. They can't help themselves.
Масі, до мене часто звертаються мої друзі і знайомі військовослужбовці, які свого
I speak with a lot of military friends of mine.
правами ти займаєшся фігньою.
And you know, they were initially pretty skeptical about trade unions and some of the things I'm doing, but they're no longer as skeptical because, you know, they have been moved outside the org charts of their respective units. They're in a sort of a reserve, in a limbo of sorts, getting paid very little money without any employment opportunities, just having to sit there. So they are no longer skeptical, which is great. I think we need to start sort of bridging the gaps and bringing together your organization that, you know, deals with very specific military issues or military-related issues with, you know, the rest of the situations that people in the military are having to face sometimes. You know, where people are being abused and mishandled and manipulated by the higher ups. You know, because if you're a civilian, you can go on strike, right? You can do a no-show next morning, but in the military, you can't do this. In the military, you're almost like a slave. It's a slavery, pretty much. So, you know, there's nothing you can do, and I think we need to do something about this.
Дивіться, яка проблема існує. Наша організація «Громадський принцип».
So our organization, Princip, I mean, if we start providing direct services to the members of the military, we will never make a dent in any of these problems, even if we had thousands of lawyers working for us. So that's why we're trying to sort of change things from within. And I mean, I totally get it. People who get wounded in action, and you know, and they don't get the disability status, they just get thrown in the limbo where they can't work, they can't serve, and they're left with nothing. And you know, when we were putting together this NGO, we realized that there are many lawyers out there who can effectively represent their clients, their military clients, in courts of law. Now, there are about 1.5 million members of the military out there, and I'm telling you, I guarantee it, all of them have had their rights encroached upon. So, you know, one thing you can do as opposed to actually taking each single case to court, you know, you have to start by educating the military. You know, those people don't even realize that they have rights that have been abused or violated. You know, it just completely goes under the radar as far as they're concerned. They just don't know. You know, you have to educate them first. I mean, we had a situation a couple of years back at my firm. You know, there was this famous politician who got accused of sleeping with 2 underage girls or something like that. So,
якщо я керівник, і в мене є там 45 осіб, і з них там, умовно кажучи, там 10 дівчат, я навіть не маю по закону права попросити їх побачитись, піти на каву. Бо тоді мені буде...
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, he asked me to consult him, and we found out. I mean, the law actually says if you're a higher up in a company with more than 40 people, and there are females in that company, right? You're not even allowed to ask them out, right? That would be considered a breach of law, and women don't really know anything about that. But yeah, so in the same stuff as in the military. You know, the guys they just don't know, and you know, by the way, there are bigger problems out there that the military have to face. I mean, look, like the guy that I know had his arm blown off, and now he's being told to return to front lines. So I mean, so yeah, I have my hands full, and yeah, and of course I'm ready to cooperate. But I mean, you have to start. Like, I think the emphasis should be placed on educating people, and there are more than enough lawyers out there that they can go and talk to seek legal remedy.
Дивіться, коли ми створили організацію, я думав, чесно кажучи, що ми будемо один з мільйонів людей, які займаються.
You know, when we put together this organization, I thought we were going to become one of the many different other organizations trying to change things within the military medical checkup process, which is infamous and notorious. And we realized that we were the only ones doing it. And yeah, I mean, the problem is that I guess most activists have already died, you know, became casualties of war, and the rest of the people just don't care. I don't know. Well, yeah, nevertheless, I mean, we managed to grow up to 20 people from just 2 people initially, and you know, we're dealing with the baddest, the worst, and the biggest problems those military members are facing. You know, and some of the things that we are dealing with, it's terrible. It's terrible. And so apologies for saying all this. Well, thank you. I understand that we're going behind the schedule, but I mean, we did start slightly later than expected.
Про цей складний кейс зі зверненням до ДБР начальника штабу полку.
So what about this case when the XO of Azov Regiment filed a complaint, lodged a complaint with the DBR, you know, and he was complaining about one of the generals. So you know, how do you think it will pan out? You know, so.
Да, ну давайте тоді офіційна позиція і неофіційна експерта. Я можу відповісти. Да, прошу, пані Анастасія.
Офіційну позицію нам може надати тільки ДБР в цьому плані. А якщо ви ходите з тієї інформації, яка наявна в засобах
So, judging from the information in the media from the plaintiff, so the platform stressed several times, let's distinguish plaintiffs from whistleblowers. Let's not provide fake expectations, wrong expectations from people. It's a very bad thing, because later both civil society and national institutions, they cannot deal with this problem because there's confusion. And it's around this case, you have to know, because it's been informed that there are corruption or violation, or was it about military service, and it's not part of the corruption. The national agency didn't receive any requests to recognize or not recognize whistleblower. It's a great case. We have to come up and explain. Let's see, the military, this is not a whistleblower, not this is wrong status. No, but it's just that we cannot say right now that this is an example for everyone, because we don't know the circumstances of the case. If it's around her activity, if it's corruption or violation of the law, you can be not a whistleblower, but can be in a criminal case, but a whistleblower by the law. So logically, if it's a criminal proceeding. I will start by this case. When we talk about whistleblowers, David Bannister mentioned that whistleblowers, we have to understand that they always are there in society, even if the law doesn't protect them, because therefore, in terms of jurisdiction, but wider than he is a whistleblower. In the Soviet Union, there were not snitches, they were whistleblowers, those who exposed violations by Communist Party. There's a good book, Whistleblower in the Soviet Union period of time. But what happened to them? They were displaced, they disappeared, they were killed, they were imprisoned, and etc. So all societies, there are societies who protect whistleblowers and those who don't. Now about this case, we forget that there's still a law on information, there's a law on access to public information. These two articles guarantee protection after the notification of publicly important information, the protection from legal responsibility. If they will try and bring the whistleblower to criminal justice or disciplinary, you can apply to these articles or appeal to these articles. We know with HANA how it really is applied badly. And that is also a problem of implementation of this norm, but it's there. So you cannot say that he's not whistleblower. I will conceptualize this problem of status of notice, but we narrow it down, at least this. If we talk about wider protection of labor rights, then I agree with Anastasia. You have to see whether there was corruption or not. And then we'll say that in this sense, he is a whistleblower, but the law doesn't protect. And this is where I will try to squeeze in 5 minutes. And I'll put the timer here. So I want to conceptualize these problems. What are the ways out of these challenges? So we have the problem in legislation. Just a short intervention about what we didn't discuss today. The problem is that, as Alexander said, there's no law, general law, but even the existing law is still imperfect. I'm going to mention what's not been mentioned. Like, for instance, this law is imperfect in terms of general things, like regular channels are very limited, only law enforcement, there's no independent parliamentary control, anti-monopoly committee is not the channel, so they narrowed it down. 1502, the law where the Constitutional Court destroyed 1010. And this is the root of the problem, and that's what we have. Now we have smaller problems. It would seem that they are technical, but they're not. I don't know how the National Anti-Corruption Agency working now. We would seem like we have regular channels, very limited, but there is another norm on prevention of corruption where it says that any company has to create a regular channel. How does that happen? It's a question to the whole parliament, because they write this. But I understand how it worked. There was a general article of the old law that was related to other things, and it was rewritten, but they forgot to remove this copy-paste. There's no other logical explanation to this. But the question to Anti-Corruption Agency, like, they have to apply this law. Now they come to defense industry. Where is your regular channel? And they say there's another article in the law that says who has to create regular channels, because that's what the independent channels should be. law enforcement, supervisory function. And here's the question. There are these problems that have to be resolved. There's unregulated things. They have to regulate the channels and state secrets.
Права на доступ до публічної інформації, але якщо б вони тут були, вони би так дуже багато вам би про це розповідали.
So, and we have this.
Якщо викривач повідомив, наприклад,
So if the whistleblower informed the NABU and they were not registered
корупційний злочин, так,
as corruption, so therefore he's not going to be a whistleblower. We have criminal procedural code defines whistleblower as persons who are not whistleblowers in terms of theory. What is a whistleblower? How is that considered all over the world? I told you about enforcement, like you have informed. No, say something. That's the concept of whistleblower. But if you don't register that it's a corruption, then you're free. You're not a whistleblower. And we see there are problems. Like this is status we're given, and this status is not provided. Why I don't like the situation with status? Because that determines whether you will be guaranteed the right for free legal systems. Will you be restored a job? But we deviated from the status. We decided like 4038A, then 1010, that we deviated because we are tied now to formalistics, whether you have a paper or do not have a paper. And now it's about all of your rights, And so all these problems, then we go to institutional level, the ombudsperson. The ombudspersons are criticized that they don't protect whistleblowers. Look at the ombudsperson. They don't often have a office or a safe and a salary of like €600. And then you have to go and check whether there was a criminal case, there were violation of the rights. How can you do that? How can you achieve that? I can't even imagine. That's about institutional capacity. Anti-corruption agency, they have a great mandate, but do they have enough resources? They're trying to do a great job, but how many people are working there? Even before, Olena was working so seriously with each case, but what kind of staffing she had? So it's all about capacity. But if we conceptualize this, why do we have these problems on different levels? I would say that these are two fundamental things. First is that it's been 30 years of independence. There's no capitalism. There's no communism. We've built liberal democracy, but still, how we are taught, we still are very formalistic. Paper means more than anything. When the auditors did the audit, you can open an audit of the anti-corruption agency and see. They explain that this is a story.
То більше розуміються, а як так процедура була, як там як документ був заповнений. Тобто в основі не те, що казала, я дуже дякую нашим колегам з трудовим ініціативам, бо ви сьогодні якраз підняли питання.
So I thank the colleagues with the work initiatives because you have to look into the rights that were violations, not the paper. But what we're not, whatever we build, we reform, we write the laws. It's formalistics. We are not trying to be formalistic. Like the case is there and you don't understand what was happening. Just to add, I raised the question, what can be as an evidence in this category of cases? Why is it happening in higher instance courts? Because they're too formalistic. And they have a hard time working with it. So what I see,
Цей перший формальний підхід, а
that this first formal approach,
цей інститут почали розбудовувати,
and then we started developing the Institute of Whistleblowers, everybody who writing laws or can write laws,
оскільки не було академічного дискурсу, оскільки не
no matter how much academic discourse, as Masi said, there was no real protection for whistleblowers, then it all turns into theater props. I returned from 2014. We were writing together with 3810 and 1010, with other experts, with Anna and others. There were groups of people, but I remember one person, I don't say who, they said, Oksana, you should think that first you have to work with the society for people to actually understand that whistleblower is not a witness, whistleblower is not plaintiff.
А потім закон. Але мені здавалося, що от, напишемо закон, і от тут от буде нам щастя, бо є же викривачі, да? Але і права їх не захищені, але виходить із того.
And then we thought that the law should be, but the law is there, but there's no legal understanding of people. And that's why they are unwilling to accumulate theory.
До моменту ухвалення першого закону було 10 статей всього наукових. Зараз їх багато, але
There were only 10 scientific articles, but they are all copy-pasting.
Вона, на жаль, досі є такою неприродньою досі.
So this whole thing with whistleblowers for many people is unnatural, something external, and that's why people who are trying to use this, they are trying to put it in the context that they knew before, and that's why we have this wrong or strange animal with this whistleblower that people don't understand. So I see how this can be dealt with through several ways. First, of course, universities have to start teaching it, but not just formally through the law. They have to create courses of protection of whistleblowers, but people have to get English language sources and read the existing sources to understand what is this Whistleblowers Institute. Secondly, to teach lawyers, people who apply the laws, they have to understand why international standards exists and understand the basic theory, because the whole because in our criminal code, whistleblower is a plaintiff. It doesn't describe what is a whistleblower. You have to build a discussion, practical discussion, scientific discussion. The civil society have to understand. If we're saying that, all right, we want to promote this institute of whistleblowers, they have to understand what it is. Because I don't say, well, there's civil society organization who didn't know what is a whistleblower. They believe that journalists, investigators are whistleblowers. That's why they put it in the criminal code. They wrote a draft law, then they advocated. Now there is no such organization anymore, but the problem is still there. The whole society has it. So that's why, the question to civil society, I remember how we worked with access to information. First, we were arguing a lot, we were competing, and then we realized that we have to get together, we have to consolidate our opinions and experience from different spheres, and as a result, we created this great law that later changed the paradigm of these relations between the society and the state regarding information. We keep working, we see some violations because of the war, but the same thing, how I see that we have to consolidate, but honestly, not when we're competing. As for the state, I realized that when you're limited by the mandate and there's a lot of work and you're overworked, but when you look at this institution and you think, let's maybe think why is this exist? Why do we want to support this norm, not the other norm? Can it really guarantee a real protection of the whistleblowers with all the guarantees?
дії, розумієте? Тобто ці колективні дії, ця синергія.
So it's about synergy.
Як на мене, тоді ми зможемо, якби,
And only then we'll be able to
повністю цілком погоджуюсь з Масі. Мені здається, що наша от дуже
reboot ourselves. So I think we have the problem in the society that we're building something new, but we still have something old being built because the consciousness is still old. Like the attitude of men towards women, it's one of these legacy attitudes. That's how many internal problems that with the attitude to whistleblowers even. Sorry for interrupting, but you know, people build roads where they walk. As a lawyer, I have 2 or 3 questions that in the long run will change many things. So first of all, still don't prosecutor has to be responsible. Prosecutors don't have a responsibility or liability. So I'm looking at each time there's an investigator, and I don't know. I feel like an idiot. We have the anti-corruption agency, we have declaration, we have the NABU, all these anti-corruption agencies, and then some fool puts his assets to his mother, and that's it. He avoids that. Why still the law is not changed to find a way around this? So when I look at this big problem, prosecutors, they go unpunished if they do something wrong. And we're nitpicking at small things. Yeah, the actual protection of whistleblowers will not happen if there's no successful systemic reform. But that's the most difficult thing. So you cannot achieve real protection of whistleblowers if you don't reform for real law enforcement. Yeah, this is who is enforcing what in law enforcement? That's the question. There's a lot of challenges, but the positive things are also there. When I started dealing with the whistleblowers, I don't remember what article, 18, that access is not guaranteed to whistleblowers, but then we started thinking what it is, what is it? I got to look into it. And I went to the US to study it. So when I was talking to these organizations like Toby Wine mentioned, and we were testing different students, and I said, maybe we need a specialized court to, and he said, we have worked with federal whistleblowers. There's a district court reviewing that. And when the Republicans who don't like, so for 10 years, they were losing those lawsuits, but then the situation changed. So if you look at the first law in the US and developing the story, and afterwards, how many different laws were passed, but they have colossal progress. So in other words, we only started our way. 10 years ago, I didn't even imagine that there would be a law in Ukraine. And when we thought that there could be a conference on whistleblowers, that would be looking different, strangely. Now we're discussing, now we have the mandate, we have these problems, but we're trying to resolve them. So I think in 20 years, we will have success story, hopefully. We don't have 20 years. Thank you so much. Sorry for interrupting you. The problem is that we're discussing, we're talking the whole day, but yeah, we will evolve, of course, I agree, 20 years, but we don't have those 20 years, because the prosecutors, Masya is talking, they will not give us these 20 years. They will bury everything. They will go through reattestation, they will use mimicry, they will adapt to anything we come up with. Faster than Russians adapt to new electronic warfare. That's why I'm talking about the evolution of There should be a wider framework of reform that we have to deal with, and that can be only through collective action. Collective action, as Miroslava mentioned. Hello, dear participants, for me, it's a great honor to be here. I would say more if I could, but sure. I see the representative of the anti-corruption agency openly. I say they were giving a big mandate, but even more duties, in other cases where they work, other than whistleblowers, their position is very strong, and it helps a lot in materials of case. I'm not protecting anyone. It's just additional resource for you to find support and protection when you're protecting someone else. It's for the benefit of the person you are protecting. We want quick results, and I understand that here and now is what we want. We are a young democracy. I understand that we have so many negative things happening. We're very emotional. We're constantly in the reforms. I've been for 5 years on this position, and we've done reattestation of prosecutors. You had to check all these cases. They were through 3 stages of attestation. We designed criteria. These cases were very slow, believe me, depending on specifically with the materials that the court has to work with, especially when you see one thing, but in the court materials, you see something else. So you have to work on the quality of body of evidence. And the last remark doesn't mean that the state is not moving forward on the cases and the constant reforms over this time. There were so many things reformed in the public service, the court, the judicial reform, the prosecutor reform. There will be the reform of attorneys. So we can't say we were not moving forward. We can say that attestation of prosecutors have been completed, only what the attestation committee has established. The court cannot add anything to material of case because it's the discretion of the committee, and the court is limited, although we're checking this discretion, it's still limited, but at the same time we have to complete at least one reform. We still have rebooting of the government. You have to look who's right in every case. Today, through the prism of this event, we were discussing the culture of whistleblowing. Society wants fairness. We understand that. There are some cases that we know of. Courts still work, and it's nice that you notice our work. Even if we don't have too many positive examples, I have an example of Catholic University. I was working there, and we were having master's program, then bachelor's program. When I was reading some lectures there,
досить велике, ви статистику бачите, я не маю права нарікати. Це моя робота, я склала присягу. Але я не можу часто бувати у них. Я дуже
So I cannot often be there at Catholic University. Most of the students, they all want to go to civil society to fight corruption. And I said, when I will see you in court, when you will be protecting someone or protecting the state, we need high-quality, smart parties to a court process. We hope for you. And for the future of my children, I also hope you will be. And they say there are problems on both sides. The pay is bad, civil society pay more, and there's not so much liability, they're not as limited, we can speak openly. It's all good, but this culture still has to be nurtured. And it's nurtured in the family, in the kindergarten, in school,
потім ці люди, які заходять, вони відповідно.
And those people, they grow up and then they can build culture. So you cannot teach adults. So it's about cultural values. Right. Let's thank our the panelists. Should we do a survey at the end? Yeah, and final remarks to wrap up. Let's run the survey, and then we go to final remarks, because I understand we can deliberate a lot.
Так, я читаю, якщо чи слід посилити законодавчі гарантії незалежності повноважень.
To strengthen legal guarantees.
Вже можна виводити, я думаю, результати. Ну,
We can bring results on the screen.
Хто робить фінальні ремарки, пані Оксана?
Who's going to do the final remarks? Oksana? Yeah, we with Anastasia, we want to draw conclusions as co-organizers. I wanted to thank our panelists.
Пані Анастасія, мабуть, ви почнете як
Anastasia, maybe you will start.
представник органу державної влади.
Колеги, я можу голосно говорити, мені не потрібен мікрофон, в принципі, на таку публіку.
All right, so dear colleagues, I can speak aloud. I thank for everyone who stayed till the end, and I thank for this discussion and remarks. We always have two sectors, the public sector and the civil society. While we're splitting this in two, everyone bears responsibility, but only consolidation of efforts and where the state is underachieving, then or the civil society underachieving, we have to support each other. I support the Miroslava. It's about culture and values. People are changing, but the situation doesn't change. Because if you don't establish the values and what you want, without changing our own culture, the reforms will lead to nothing. We have a great chance, and we're using this chance because we are moving away from the Soviet legacy. Thank you for your attention, to interest towards the topic, and that the discussions objectively.
Куди нам рухатись далі? Дякую, колеги, за цей класний день.
Я повністю підтримую ті тези, які висловила представниця НАЗК.
In full agreement with what Anastasia here had to say, just wanted to add a few words. We need the businesses involved. You know, we need business involved in general, because this is a window of an opportunity right there. I mean, we actually had somebody from the business, somebody working in compliance, facilitating this panel here. So yeah, so we need to bring collective action to the table, really. And yeah, as far as the outcomes of this conference are concerned, I mean, we have to start acting in concert, in unison, stop competing. And, you know, today we managed to highlight some of the legislative challenges that still linger. So how about we drafted a letter to Верховна Рада together and send it to the Верховна Рада committee.
Тому що пані Мар'яна знову сьогодні сказала, що, наприклад, історія про законопроект ПБК все-таки не рухається, є інша позиція.
To actually make a push.
Вони працюють, але, умовно кажучи, мені здається, дуже важливо, щоб наша конференція була обговорення, хоча сьогодні обговорення було класне. Не таке, знаєте, формальне.
I think it's really important for us to turn this conference into you know, something something meaningful, not just talking for talking's sake. And Masi, by the way, thank you very much for bringing good energy into this event. So we need to not just talk the talk, but we need to walk the walk as well. Now, what I really enjoyed today or about today is when people kept saying, let's start working together, let's do something together. I mean, some people came up with the idea to put together a working group, which is great news as far as I'm concerned. We're actually bringing collective action and concerted effort to the table. Thank you.